in this scene, having found Padine's body there, and he's been obviously dead for for like 3 or 4 hours, judging by rigor mortis. Um, what is everybody's first reaction to this? Like after probably standing here in stunned silence for some time.
But hell, he seemed fine last night.
I immediately begin carefully checking him for marks and see if he was strangled on watch or something. My first reaction.
So yeah, you start looking over the body.
Such things it takes some time.
How thoroughly do you examine the body, Graves?
Pretty through. I'm looking for like was he killed with poison? Like what got him? Like
okay, so it's going to be a little difficult given that his limbs are stiff. But if you persist with that, you can definitely examine him. You notice that his flesh is oddly colored. It looks like maybe he's been dead for longer than you think he has been. His skin is gray, and you see some dark marks here and there, like bruising, like deep tissue sort of bruising on his arms and his chest, particularly around his lower waist and his legs. It looks like bruising and cuts from like a fairly serious fight, but not one that took place in the last couple hours. Like you would think these wounds are at least a day or maybe a little bit longer old, and somehow like you didn't notice them when you were interacting with him just last night. It's very, very odd.
James is going to probably point this out and ask what foul sorcery this might be, as he continues to look over the body and just kind of shocked at what happened to Padine. He's like, could not just simply be a coincidence.
Something to do with the tower, maybe?
Looks
I
around and says,
you say that, and Aldart is like looking around, like with his hand at his throat, like staring at like the shadows.
No one heard anything last night. They look around, everybody very excited.
I think Rylan is a little silent, and he says, "I was the last on watch before him, and everything was quiet. I woke him up, and he seemed fine."
They'll look to the others and say, we should try to take the body to the villa up ahead. We're not that far away, and once it's there, I can return it to the town when I return to the town with me, I believe. I'm just kind of looking at him. Graves nods and says, no, indeed he should not.
Slight logistical question. You are still 4 hours away, and his body is frozen in a position, like a seated position. How exactly do you intend on transporting him? Bodies still can be moved and plied in rigor mortis, but I've specifically dealt with pets that were in rigor mortis, and it is both not pleasant and not easy. It's very disconcerting. You could potentially crack some things and maybe get him flattened out again.
If nobody has any better options, I probably am going to go with that.
I'm just cringing at the thought of it, but
And I guess the other thing is you guys actually have less horses now than you did before.
true.
You were already doubled up who would be riding with the corpse of Badine?
Don't bother me. I would ride with Dean's corpse. He's in a sitting down position. Let's see if we can get him to sit down on the corpse.
Oh,
Weekend
God.
at Bernie's this.
Weekend at Bernie's it?
Yeah, stick him on the horse. Make him run in front. If anybody ambushes us.
You there! I said put down your sword! Put down your sword! And then he just gets an arrow and he's like,
He
he's
hit
not
me with
going
arrows,
down!
He doesn't stop!
You did, sir.
Oh god.
The dead ride with us this day.
What does everybody else react to Graves' insistence that you bring Padine's remnants with you?
Oh, I agree that she should let me buried here, but that seemed like I'm not sure I can condone him being used as an arrow shield. It doesn't seem very fitting for fallen comrade.
Dave shakes his head and says that I will ride with the body, but it's only 4 hours up ahead to get to the estate, and once it's there, we can offload it to accomplish our mission, and I can return it to the town with me when I return to the town myself. This way, we'll be able to hopefully, once he's in town, we should be able to
Alright, Rico.
keep him until we can get him back to the guild.
I forgot you set that up. I thought you were going to use the shadow jumping thing. I'm like, I don't think you can do that.
Not that right yet, because I'll basically be bailing on you guys to finish the mission and wouldn't be able to get the potion back. But yeah, I'm definitely commenting that I will bring him back to town when I go, but we need to get him to the villa. So it's only a few hour ride. It could be worse. I will probably, well, I'm gonna look down and like, probably couldn't be much worse.
Alright.
Technically, you could recall him back now, right? And then just shadow jump back. It would take you like an hour, maybe 2. You're not that far, I don't think.
I don't know how. I think we're probably a bit further than something I can. Well, I'd also risk the shadow jump if I do that. So I'm probably going to suggest that we go forwards and I'll come back after. Yeah, I could botch it the second time, and that would be all kinds of bad.
There's no roll with these, the shadow jump, right?
Not by default, no. As
I'd have to
is,
read it
as
back
with
a bit.
everything, something could be defying danger, but
I'd have to reestablish it as the thing once I got there. It would wipe
yeah,
out
not
the
shadow
regular-
jump, but his spell.
Ah, yes.
Take me hours to get it back going before I can come back, basically. Otherwise, I would have to abandon it, and then I wouldn't be able to return the potions. So, Graves will say that we should probably mush forwards, and I will come back when we've accomplished this goal. And I will return his body to town so he can be taken back to the Adventurers Guild.
So, you're all still kind of discussing this. What is decided about the matter of his possessions? You see that that there is the very noticeable magical longbow.
Should I put the sheet back up there?
The Stormcrow. Yeah, if you want.
I'll probably look to the others and say that I believe these belong to the guild. And I'm going to point to them and say that if anyone can use them, perhaps they could use them now. And once we get back to the guild, we can sort it out. Or these is personal property. And I'll look to Mariah.
You've done it longer than I have.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't really quite understand the arrangement the guild had with their equipment. But perhaps I do not believe that Padine nor the guild would be offended if you were to use his.
You would know that if you guys claim something is a share, you know, it's technically yours. But on the other hand, like, unless Padine left a will with Telemon that nobody knows about, it's unlikely that he has any next of kin. Like, he's never talked about any before, I don't think.
Point to Mariah and say that while most of his equipment was lost, I will say that I do not believe that he would be offended if you were to use his bow. I'm going to motion down and say that I have seen it do some incredible things, though
Yes,
personally
used
of
it once before.
only secondhand
Quite
experience.
very-
He notably has a set of magic bracers as well. as a pair of magic boots and a magic cape. He also has a small amount of coins on him, which may become useful to you in your journey, and some arrows. I'm assuming people are probably not stripping him of his armor. One, due to decency, and two, it's probably not in the best of shape as it is.
Yeah, I probably will take some of the coin and say that we'll use this to help make sure his body gets returned to Arnhin when I return. And the rest I will return to everyone else. But I'll probably grab that for the moment.
All right, that's 46 gold and 5 silver.
As far as who can use them, the braces of archery you would love to have, Graves.
Yeah, probably.
It would actually let you be able to
Kinda look
shoot
over.
things if your crossbow had a +2.
Oh God, it gives a +2.
If you have a +1 or less.
If your dex is 1 or less, treat it as +2 for purposes of making a volley attack with a bow or crossbow.
Ooh.
In addition to that, your damage die for volley attacks is increased by 1 step.
I'll say that I hate taking a dead man's equipment or dead man's boots, but perhaps someone can use these. I kind of will look down and say that I do believe that Padim would want us to see this mission through and see it through successfully. So that's what we will do, and if we have to use those equipment to do it, I'm sure that will not be a issue. Now, I'll kind of motion them down and say, who else requires these items?
You want his bracers, Graves?
I might actually take the braces if I can. Do I know?
They would
what do?
arguably do the best use for you.
Do I know what they do? Because I'll totally take them.
Yeah. I've just copied them to your sheet. You can look them over, but they would definitely. The second option would not work for Mirai. This notably brings you pretty considerably up to par as an archer.
I will turn to Mirai and say, do you have need of these? And Fergus, I believe these boots have incredible bursts of speed, if I remember correctly. And I'll kind of motion to them and say that perhaps they be helpful for you on a charge?
Okay, what do they do?
Strider's boots. You get 1 charge after walking or running a distance of 1 mile, and it can hold up to 2 charges. You can expend a charge to accomplish either of the 2. Move twice as fast as you are normally able to for a brief time, or make a leap significantly higher and farther than you are normally able to.
Perhaps.
It seems as if it would benefit you mostly. But you need to close in close to use your weapons, and this would give you the chance.
You also know that Fergus is significantly slower than everyone else in the party.
Indeed.
This is also why what I was taking into consideration without saying and suggesting he perhaps have these.
Do you want the Strider's boots, Fergus?
Yeah, sure. I don't have anything on my feet right now, so.
Alright, they're on your sheet. That leaves the Cape of Charisma.
And the coin. Did somebody take that already?
Yes, Graves took the coin.
Okay.
So, it begs the question, which ability is to keep losing? Do we not know?
So yes, the cape was unfortunately damaged, and it's going to be losing one of its abilities. Whoever decides to take it will roll a d2. So normally, once per day, the cape provides the wearer an immediate reroll of any roll plus cha. However, there is no possibility of a partial success on this roll, and the results of the roll stand. A 10 plus is still a success, but the results of a 9 minus are now considered a failure. Once per day, the wearer of a Cape of Charisma may also opt to forego a roll of a plus cha and instead take the results of a 7 to 9, a partial success.
Well, depending on which ability it loses. The first ability is really good if you have a high charisma. The second one is good if you have no charisma.
All right. Well, I guess we can roll that now. Would a brave soul like to roll 1d2? Or I can do it.
I shall.
I think I just put the command in.
I beat you.
So it
Who won it?
lost the high charisma reroll. So it's probably most suited for Fergus.
Whoever rolled first is the one that it takes. So
Okay, I
Grace.
didn't see
Yeah,
it.
Grace
Yeah.
beat me.
Yeah, so
yeah,
it kept the reroll but lost the take the average.
Yep.
Yeah, so it is most suited for Graves then.
Oh wow, that's insane. You can reroll any charisma roll once per day. That's nuts.
Well, there is a caveat, but yeah, it's if you flub it on a 2, it's really good to reroll it because you're gonna fail anyways at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, 9 minus is considered a failure if you choose to re-roll it.
Okay, yeah, that's still really helpful in case you totally bot. So I guess I'll tie the cape of charisma around my outfit. What color is the cape of charisma, out of curiosity, Padine, just so I know?
It is,
Kind of ashen black
by
now.
its description, it is a silken cape that shines with lustrous sheen. That's probably smoky now. Its color
Yes.
is rich and deep, and it is prominently noticeable from even across the busiest of rooms.
Interesting.
It's a little more black now than its original description, probably.
Given it's highly noticeable, I'll probably be wearing it under my clothes for the moment, and once I actually go to deal with social people, I might actually put it on the outside, make myself look fancy.
And I can only assume that Mirai will be taking Stormcrow and the bundle of arrows.
The bundle of arrows was mine to begin with. I already took it back.
Okay.
He also had 2 healing potions.
Those could be very useful.
Those bracers may save the day. Padine's team may save my life and death.
Who
I
is
don't know.
truly lacking in healing potions?
I think that I gave both of mine away already. I think. Let me double check. Yep. Is there any healing potions? I'll comment that I gave one to
Yeah, it
the
looks
Mestra,
like
and
looks like you and Fergus both need one, so they should be yours. I still have one myself.
I'll turn to Fergus and say, should we split these?
I have a tendency to lose such objects.
I'm going
You
to
exist.
say, but hopefully using them to heal yourself may be on the option. How many do we have? Did he actually have on him? I don't
He
see
had
any.
2. I already took them off.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So
yeah,
what do you do?
silver scale armor. That's never mind. I was looking at Fergus. I was like, what the hell? Whoops.
No, that was the last bit. So what do you do with the 2
Okay.
healing potions? Do they go to Graves, or do you split them up?
We should split them up. I think that we should each carry one in case something.
All right, so
Okay.
each of you mark down a healing potion.
Notably, I'm going to put my healing potion on my horse pack, and I'm going to point to everybody and say that if anyone needs a potion, this is where it'll be.
Very well.
All right, so I think you guys are in the slightly morbid activity of having to divide these up and break camp, and we cut to a different part of the marshes.
Probably going to tie the corpse of Fadine before we leave. I'm going to probably tie the corpse of Fadine to the horse so he can't fall off in the event that things go to hell on the way in, because they have a tendency to. On the flip side, if our horse runs off on fire, a flaming dead man is going to probably be seen riding across the plains. So,
Yep. Bohana, would you describe your character as you are breaking camp here in the marshes?
Sure. Bohana is a fighter. fairly well trained, pretty eager and steely eyes with braided hair, long golden hair, chainmail clothes, and a lithe but chiseled body. And she's kind of on the trail of some adventurers, hopefully.
Yeah, I think we see you kind of tamping out the very, very small fire in your very small encampment, and as you do that, we see you kind of look up, and we can see a small tower, or at least the ruins of a tower in the distance across a lake. Nearby is your horse, and I think you've already got it kind of saddled and ready to go in the morning.
Yes, I trusted Steed Blade, so I named him.
Okay, all right. There have been more, I would say, faded names. At least you didn't name him Binky.
Exactly.
So you mount your horse and you start to head off. This is like the first sign of anyone in the marshes that you've seen since the apparent remnant of that battle over by the forge, the ford where you saw the many hoof prints in the mud.
Yes, and I'm careful to check my my weapon that it's securely in its scabbard.
Okay.
My blood weep weapon is what it's named, and probably say a quick prayer to my father as I head off.
Okay, cool. So it looks like the tower is in the middle of this small lake, or maybe extremely large pond that's not too far away through the marshes. And last night you definitely noticed a little bit of illumination coming from that section of the woods. You are pretty sure that the people you are tracking are in that direction, and even as you're riding, you're pretty sure you can actually see the movement of horses through the trees. Still probably 1.5 miles off at this point, and you're going to have to ride around this area of the marsh. They're riding away from you, so you're going to have to catch up, but it doesn't look like they're in any sort of hurry.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go at a decent trot then. Probably not galloping. It's be difficult to do in the marsh, but a good trot.
Okay. So you're riding forward. I think it's about like 10 minutes later when you hear a snapping of brushes off to your west. And it's definitely like kind of a heavy snapping. And your horse shies a little bit.
Okay. What's the visibility like here in the marsh?
It's very low. If you look at this top left picture, you see the low-hanging mist and fog. It's significantly worse than that in the morning.
It is, yes. The fog rolls in the evening and sticks around for a while.
Yep.
Okay, I'll slow my horse just to be careful, and I'll call out. Who goes there?
There's no response for several seconds. You do hear, after a brief moment, another snap. Again, heavy. Sounds like a small to moderate-sized branch, like probably a newer branch, still healthy enough to give a good solid snap being broken. Maybe about 15 or 20 meters or feet to the west of the path. Or this is not so much a path, but you get the idea.
Okay. The branches.
There's not a huge amount of forest out here. There's enough to where there's a little bit. Yeah, there's enough to obscure your vision and.
Okay. Now, are there fallen branches on the ground every once in a while? If I've seen riding through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So it could be those.
Also, it could be some of the very annoying shrubbery that you've seen pop up here. This marsh has a tendency to have very thick tangly roots and bramble in places. They're very scattered, but when they do occur, they pretty heavily impede movement, and you know that you yourself have run into several thorny outcroppings that have been most uncomfortable.
Okay. As far as the path is concerned, is there a way to kind of I don't know, go around this area and like go eastward a bit and still head on
You
the direction?
You could veer off a little bit.
Skirt
You
it a
really
little bit.
you really could just go forward. It sounds like this snapping is occurring just a little bit off the path, so it's not really within visual range. Like at this point, if you were to investigate a little bit, you might be able to see from the path, or maybe just a little bit off. But at this point, yeah, you can't see anything, and you definitely could kind of just veer off to the right of the path and try to proceed from there. There's not enough obstacles that would prevent you.
Yeah, I think I'm not really interested in investigating what this sound is. I'm more interested in catching up to the adventurers. So I'll probably veer around to the right a bit and spur on my horse a bit faster than just a trot. Maybe like a good slow gallop type thing.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you do that, and your horse starts to take off. It's obviously a little bit uneased by something, but it doesn't look like its hairs are on end or anything.
Okay.
And you trot off. There's a few times where your horse nearly stumbles due to your speed and the horse's weight in this wet, damp
Gooky stuff.
environment. There wasn't really a great path to begin with, and going off the path is certainly a little bit of a risk, despite not being too much in the way of obstacles. But you're able to get through, not going at a full gallop, and eventually you kind of return to this. It's obviously some sort of game trail, probably deer. And you follow it around the perimeter of this pond or lake, and you make good time.
Okay.
I think Graves, you're still in your scouting mode today. I have to assume everybody's been setting out. You've been traveling for maybe 15 minutes from the tower when you get like kind of the distinct feeling that you're being watched, and you start to look around, and you notice a dark shape moving through the forest at some distance away. It's hard to really determine what it is. It to your south, or I guess not your south, to your northeast. Kind of back the way you guys came.
We're being followed. It could be more spies sent from the southern lands, and I'll try and bring up my crossbow and look through my scope at this person.
Spies? It's a swamp, not on the main road at all.
Yes, but they may follow us. Perhaps they seek to regain the sword that is now at the bottom of the ocean. I'll look through the scope in the direction of the shadow.
I think Calvin just says they never had this. He just shakes his head. Graves, what are you on about?
We're being followed. And I'll point to where I saw the shadow.
Yeah, so you bring up your crossbow, and you see what is clearly a horse with a rider on it moving back behind some trees, but you very quickly lose sight of them as they, again, move behind like a copse of trees. Bohanna, you're getting closer to this group. It looks like 5 or 6 horses. A couple of the horses have at least 2 riders on them, and you notice that they've stopped, and one of them has turned in your direction. They're probably a couple hundred feet or more off through the fog.
I'm using the scope on my crossbow, so I may also be pointing a crossbow in your general direction.
Oh, joy.
Don't know how that would
She
make
might
your
not be able to make that out very clearly,
Yeah.
given that she doesn't have any optical zoom and there's a lot of fog.
Yep.
She can just tell that somebody is looking in her direction, probably.
Okay.
How do
I'll,
you approach?
I'll stop my horse. I'm in shouting distance, I assume, right?
Yeah, you can shout to them.
Okay.
I think I
I'll
would mention if I see Graves, like, Graves, I know it lets you see better, but most people don't, like, react well to having crossbows pointed in their direction.
I think I'll lower it slightly and look to you and say that I do have a spyglass, but it's broken.
Okay, and I'll shout out to them. I'll say, "Hail, riders on the road! I seek Padine the Bard, Mr. Graves, Fergus the warrior, and Marai the ranger."
Immediately, like, reach behind Padine and is on my horse and start trying to make him move around and it's like, hey, I'm here. No, I'm just kidding.
You're gonna have a hard time. He just falls off the horse.
Yeah.
Start just waving his arm with my arm. I'm here. I'm Mr. Padine.
It doesn't wave, it kind of wiggles side to side a little bit.
No, I'll say that.
Did
what
you
is your
gimbal the
business with
corpse's
them?
arm?
As I
God.
keep an eye on her.
I'll ride forward now, slowly.
So this horse rides in out of the fog slowly. The woman, as described earlier, on its saddle.
I'm still legitimately concerned about the potential of spies and keeping my shoulder, my crossbow out and pushed right to my shoulder and ready to go as I keep an wary eye on this traveler.
You see a group of people before you, Bohana, that look like they have definitely not been treated kindly by their travels. They're very dirty and muddy. They look worse off than you for spending the night in the swamp. And as I think you're looking them over, it looks like one of them is tied to his horse. Is kind of like leaned over.
Do I see his face? Do I recognize him?
Did you actually meet Padine at the
Yes.
fair?
At Enderdark, yes.
You probably don't recognize him, to be honest. Dead
Okay.
people
Are
look
very
pretty different,
looking, yes.
even freshly dead. You see like someone who may match the description of Padine in a general sense, like he's this tall with dark hair and this sort of face, but like he's obviously tied to the horse in front of the one with the crossbow, and he's got very pallid skin, and he's pretty muddy himself, and he's not looking in your direction, like maybe he's very sick or something. You don't immediately recognize him as Padine, but like looking about, he's probably the only one that matches the description.
Yeah, and he would be very different than the charismatic, lively bard who was telling me stories of the
He's certainly not moving around.
and singing songs and such. So I'll tell him. I spoke to Telemon in Arnhen, and he informed me that you were headed this direction. I traveled to Calburn, and I came across a rain-free Tosfosel, a very solemn gnomish merchant who told me that you were in the area, and the Father Karnak, when I visited him, said that you traveled this way.
I'm going to loosen my grip a bit and say that this seems legitimate, a story that could have happened. I'll look to the others and say, what do you think?
Seems like it could be true, though I regret to inform you that Padine is recently passed away.
I'll motion back to Padine and say, we do not know what happened. He was in a fierce battle, and then he appeared to die in his sleep that night.
He died? Oh my.
Yeah, I think
I'll
like you
motion
look
to
over
him
at him, and
behind me.
it occurs to you he has not moved a single inch since since you've seen him. The only movement has been like the shifting of the horse. It looks like he's leaned over slightly at like a not quite a 40-degree angle to like one side. And like as you're looking over, you can actually see that he's tied to the horse.
Oh no, this is horrible. He's the one who encouraged me to join your guild.
We were on an honorable mission. If you are indeed a member of the guild, we could use the reinforcements, but I'll motion back and say that you should not let this discourage you. We did not know what happened. Could have been natural causes, but I don't believe that or trust that.
I think Calvin just snorts when you say natural causes.
Yes, like,
Well, I will do my best to take up his mantle. I know he was a great and wonderful bard.
yes, we hope to perhaps return him to where we can to bury him, but like anywhere except the swamp. Nobody should be buried in a swamp. I shake my head.
Looking around, Bohanna, she says, yes, these are very, very foreboding terrain here. That would be unwise to bury anybody here.
So Aldar, I think, rides forward and says, "So you're another member of the guild, eh?" He looks around to the others, like, "Well, this is certainly fortunate news. That things have not gone well, but we could always use the extra help."
I'll turn into Mist and what's her name again? It's a Nim something. I know that my mind is hurting.
Nemestra is not. Nemestra is with you. She's just not on your horse because you have Padine on your horse.
Yeah, I think she said
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably motion over and I'll probably have offered her the chance to have ridden on the horse of the dead body, but I'm assuming she probably won't take it. She might.
God.
I think she probably would have just said how generous in a very steely tone and ridden with Mirai.
Okay, I'll definitely motion over to her and say that the Adventurers Guild sent us reinforcements. Perhaps she can also tell you the benefits of joining. I'll smile slightly as I turn back to Vajana.
He says,
thought-
the thing is,
I think
everybody
I
who
would-
turns to look at this while he's saying, you can see Padine leaning out from behind him, looking like he's saying "Hey," almost. Like Padine, like imagine somebody leaning out from behind a door. That's essentially what Padine is doing from behind
Are
Nevin's
his eyes
back
closed,
right
or
now.
did you guys leave his eyes
Oh,
open?
I think I would whisper like behind me to Minister. I'm like, charming, isn't he? Like through my closed teeth. Did that pick up? Did it?
Yeah. I think she doesn't respond. But yes, there's this very eerie sort of thing as everybody starts trotting their horses back down the marsh. Padine is looking forward around graves the entire time.
God.
Well, you must be Aldar. Telemon said that this company was in your employ for a strange mission to observe something. I am Bohanna, of course, and I hail from the border with Kald, and I fought wondrous creatures in the past, and I thought I could do more so in the Adventurers Guild when I heard of it from the late Padine.
I will warn that wondrous creatures are one thing, but we've had to deal with petty thugs and commandos more than anything else. And certainly not creatures I would describe as wondrous here in the swamp. I kind of look back and think about our last encounter. I look to the others and I say that perhaps we should fill you in on current events, that we're not exactly on the mission we were at the moment, though we're hoping to accomplish both. We are currently heading to a villa about 4 hours east of here. Your help could be useful. I'll probably start to tell her everything about the last couple days.
Alrighty, I'll say. Well, whatever we run into that is not on our side will fall swiftly to my blade. Or blood weep, I should say.
Up to the sword and say that you should see the fancy sword that is now at the bottom of the ocean, that belonged to a man that has sadly passed. I kind of motion back to
Graves,
say
if you
that-
think that be an ocean, you haven't traveled far.
Oh, I suppose not an ocean, but my point is that
Yes,
fancy
this
blade may not save you.
This is an ocean. An ocean of blood.
Fancy blade may not be enough, but it is certainly
An
welcome
ocean
to
of
have.
blood and lost hopes.
Technically, we didn't manage to get the blade, did we? It was still back with the other guy with the...
He's talking
No, not
about the
about the
Chaos
Chaos
Blade.
Blade.
Oh, that blade, okay.
So you explain your mission to Bohana as you guys once again begin setting off towards the southwest and the Mirkwood. There are a few times along the way that your intrepid scout notices some oily substances in the waters to the east and the west of the road. Do you throw anything flammable into the swamp?
Hopefully he's out of that.
No, I do not.
Okay, yeah, you see more signs of these creatures in the area, but you stay away from the water, and you are not forced to forward anything nearly as substantial as the first time. There's only a few feet here and there.
I'm going to turn to Fergus and say that perhaps if we know any alchemists back at the guild, we should bring them out here. I'm sure that this flammable in-water ink could be a useful component to their studies.
I seriously doubt he'd want to come out here, Graves.
Perhaps we should attempt to bottle some of this fascinating ink while we are here.
I think I would mention you first.
I might actually try something for a moment. I'll say, hold up a moment, as we pass by. And,
Oh no.
Here we go again.
I'm
He has-
going to reach
Who
into
gave
my
him a full adventure?
gear,
Yeah, great.
And this time I am going to pull out two things. I'm going to pull out a glass jar, and then I'm going to pull out a fishing pole. And
my
I'm
God.
going to attempt to attach the glass jar to the fishing pole, and then hurl it into the water to retrieve some ink safely from the shore.
Wait, you're gonna hurl it?
Into the
I'm
water.
gonna attach it to the pole and then cast the pole out as far as I can into the water, essentially.
Cast a line that's tied to the
It's really
jar.
necessary.
All right, so you cast the bottle out there. Because of clever thinking, you will not have to defy danger of putting your hand in the water. I think you're starting to pull the bottle back up, and there's like this sudden tugging, and the line goes taut. What do? It seems like
Oh,
you
God.
landed a fish.
I'm going to brace myself and try to give it a yank.
Okay.
By
Oh,
which, like-
God.
Like, driving through the swamp of a dead body, and now he's fishing.
So yeah, you start pulling the line up, and there's a moment. Give me a 2d6 roll. This will not. This will just be kind of a luck roll.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
You don't have. I guess. Go ahead and mark XP because you lose your bottle.
Aww.
You're starting to pull it up, and it seems like something very heavy has the line, and it is substantially heavy. It's like a person holding onto the other end of the line, and they're not letting go. And all of a sudden, there's just this snap. Graves goes flying and lands on his ass in the mud, and the line comes up without the bottle.
Bohana snickers a little bit.
He's just going to shake his head as he reels the line back and it says, perhaps that was not such a wise idea after all. We should continue. I'll attempt to get back on the horse, dusting myself off mud all over me.
If you would rolled well, you would have landed your very own eel. Or maybe a crocodile.
I was gonna say, or crocodile.
Or a rainbow trout.
Yeah, in a swamp. All of
Yeah.
things.
Rainbow trout
Like
the size of 10 men.
A prismatic trout.
Indeed.
So you get back on your horse. Make sure you mark down that you've lost your glass bottle. Unfortunately,
Yeah, I'm deleting it off right now, very sadly.
Somewhere-
I got a fishing pole out of the deal. Never know when that
somewhere
might come
Link
up.
is crying.
Yeah, we've already made comments about that.
The fishing pole shouldn't be one load, should it?
Fishing pole be 0 load or 1 load?
It's
Load
part
is
of the
not-
adventuring gear.
Load is
so.
not always a function of weight, but
Your
no,
adventuring gear should
it's
be
fine.
limited though. You should be
Yeah.
at 3 of 5.
Cool. I will mark that down. Fishing pole can come in uniquely handy sometime. Never know.
So I think Mariah is, of course, up front because she's trailblazing, and Graves, I think, is probably somewhere in the center of the party because he's, keeping an eye on everything for scouting. Fergus, I assume you're close to Aldart,
Yeah.
mainly because you're keeping an eye on the supplies, and most of the supplies have been, I guess, restocked back onto his horse. Like, all his stuff was lost, but I think the ones from the NPCs were kind of put back in position, and he's got some more supplies. And I think you're probably taking stock. And there's a large roasted alligator tail that's been half eaten on there as well. So I think you're probably the closest. During this trip, you notice a little bit of odd behavior from your employer. He seems to be looking at a book or a journal while you guys are riding to the southwest. It's actually something that he's done occasionally. You notice this last night especially, but he hadn't really drawn attention to it until this morning. I think you probably noticed it last night, but everybody was too preoccupied with what happened with Padine in the morning to really pay any attention to it. But he's now it looks like he's looking at this journal, and he keeps looking back over his shoulder, and occasionally he looks about at the left and then right. It looks like he's looking about at the forest or the marsh, and then you can hear him muttering to himself.
Who's the closest to him?
Fergus, definitely.
Okay.
You might
be
be
looking for something.
I think he looks up and he says, "What? What? Sorry, Sir Fergus. I was lost in thought."
If you be looking for something, if you let us know, it would be easier.
Yeah, I think he looks and blinks, and he's like, "No, no, no." I think Bohana, you're close enough to hear this exchange.
Okay. I think I'll ride up closer. Is there enough room on the path to go 2x2s?
In some places, yes.
Okay. When those places exist, I'll probably kind of come up alongside him and just study him a bit, just check him out, try to get an idea of what this guy's all about as my new employer in essence.
He is a not rotund, but is a somewhat plump individual. It looks like he was probably considerably heavier at some point, and he has dropped quite a lot of weight. And looks a little bit pallid. He certainly does not look like he has a lot of muscle on him. If you were to liken him to any typical person you have seen on the road, you'd think that he might look like your kind of stalwart innkeeper who is fallen on like poor times in terms of food or something, maybe. He's a human. I think he's a little bit balding under his cap. He wears the clothes of a merchant, but they're obviously a few years old, and they're maintained, but they're not incredibly fancy, and it looks like they've been patched here and there. And he looks a little bit haggard from the road. You can tell. Like everybody else looks very much tried by their journey so far. You can't tell whether or not he is haggard because he's gone through more or because he is just less suited to it. You can see that he's holding his side pretty heavily. And if you examine him a little bit closer, you can see that there are some burn marks coming out from underneath his sleeves, and even on his neck a little bit. Not very strong on his neck, and you can actually see that there's some burn marks on his clothes as well, that are underneath his traveling cloak.
Okay, I'm trying to I guess gather whether or not there'd be anything about him that would cause me to think that he maybe isn't what he seems to be. Being up on the border of Cald, I've probably seen a large amount of merchants traveling on the road there. Is there anything that I would notice from that, or do I need to discern reality?
Yeah. How exactly would you be discerning from this point forward?
Probably trying to see if like something doesn't sit right with me with regard to him being a merchant and what he's doing. If he could be maybe of some other profession, there might be something about him that would lead to that. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Give me a discern realities.
Oh crap.
So you're specifically looking at this from a little bit of a skeptical, maybe paranoid angle to a degree. Like you're coming at this from an obvious direction of like, is this guy not who he says he is? And then you're kind of like you're basically like kind of like half and halving him guilty versus innocent in terms of like who he is. Like you're obviously sort of assuming that there's this is sort of the case, and you're looking really almost for evidence that he is who he says he is in some degree.
Correct.
Yeah, I think you're looking him over, and you notice your eyes are certainly drawn to the fact that his clothes are not in the best of shape. Any self-respecting merchant would not let this sort of habit go. You know that first impressions are very important to merchants. You also notice that he does not have he does have some packs on his saddle. It looks like basic supplies, not a whole lot. It looks like whatever the group has salvaged. Doesn't look like he has a lot on his person. No coinage. Like you would think that a merchant would at least have like some coin pouches, or maybe a travel sack that might have like some sort of small lockbox in it. Doesn't look like he has much in the way of personal possessions at all, except for this journal that he's like almost kind of hoarding to himself. And even as you're looking, you can see his almost beady eyes like kind of flicking back and forth. And if he sees you riding up beside him, he's kind of like quick to shoulder a little bit to the side, and sometimes close the book so you can't see. Obviously, he does not want you to see the contents of what's inside.
Okay.
I think it's pretty obvious that that he is not a merchant. You don't know what he is, but it's very obvious to you that he is not what he has portrayed himself to the rest of these people to be. Like there's just no way.
Okay.
And I think even further than that, he's obviously up to something suspicious.
Alrighty. I'll probably then mention that aloud in response to that. I'll say, what do you keep there in that book, sir?
Yeah, I think he looks over and he says, it's logs, things for the journey.
I see. Is Memon in the very front? He's doing the scouting.
He's in the center. You scout from the center. I know it's
Okay.
it's a miswording, really. Scouting is keeping an eye on the
For the
surroundings
party,
of the party.
You keep
Trailblazing
is up front.
He's up front. Okay. Let's see here. I'll go to. I'll probably go to Mirai then. Since she's
Okay.
Trailblazing.
Yeah, Mariah would be the farthest from you. Graves is not too far. Graves can actually probably hear this conversation somewhere in the back of the party.
Of what I just asked. The
Yeah.
Aldar. Okay. So I'll ride up to Mirai, and when the path allows, get up beside her and kind of whisper to her, "Have you noticed anything strange from the merchant?"
No, I can't say so. He's been very merchanty as far as I've known him. He's been concerned recently after the fire, and I think he lost some gold. Other than that, seemed pretty normal to me.
Oh, he lost gold, is it? Well, he does not appear to be a merchant. He doesn't have the trappings of a merchant. Are you sure you checked out his story?
He certainly lived like one in the towns we passed.
Well, if you all trust him, then maybe it's for the best. But also keep your eyes open for any trap he might be leading us into.
Of course. So if he were, I mean, he had several weeks. That portal story back in Arnhem. So if he wanted to lay a trap, I think he spent too long.
I'll still keep my eye on him, though.
Very well.
And I'll fall back into line, probably back by Graves or something.
Okay.
And so we travel through the marshes of
Hopeless despair.
hopeless despair.
Maybe that's what Morash Devar means in ancient Elven. So, about 4-ish hours later, you eventually start coming to a thickening in the marsh, really. You get to places where there are just giant expanses without any foliage at all, and you can see for what look to be miles over the marshes, and it looks like they sweep out forever almost. You can see slight raised hills here and there with some foliage, but they're not uncommon, and they're also not really that tall. But in the distance, at the end of this excuse for a road, once you rejoin it after Mariah's shortcut, you do see, nestled atop probably the widest and sturdiest looking elevated hill, there seems to be some sort of small settlement. You can see its lights from a distance. It's not very bright. It looks like it's almost like an island sort of hill, and it's rising directly out of the marshes. It looks like maybe 5 or 6 buildings. One of them obviously considerably larger than the others. It's set up on the peak of the hill, and it looks like it's from this distance, it's probably got some low stone walls, more for privacy than anything else around it. The other buildings are more towards the water's edge, near where there looks to be some sort of large wooden boardwalk or bridge connecting it to the mainland, for lack of a better word. This is probably the best image that we have of this. Simply imagine this to a larger scale. This image, the hill considerably bigger and more buildings. I would say like that hill would be like probably 10 or 20 times bigger. The building on it, that building in the picture being kind of like the standard size building, and there being like 5 or 6 of those, and then there being like, as you're approaching, obviously some sort of
Is it like one
mansion in the back.
Is it like all like a connected sprawling complex, or is it separate buildings?
The mansion in the back is definitely separate. It looks like as you're approaching, some sort of tiny village of like 5 or 6 houses outside of a manor.
Well, cheery place this seems.
You can see a few boats tied up at a couple of the docks. And you can see this all off from like at least a couple miles off.
I think we'll motion in that direction and say that I believe that is our destination. Perhaps we can arrive and explain our situation and leave Padine there while we track down the foul beast that bit our victim.
We have to cross the water to get there?
No, as described, there is a wooden plank bridge. It's not like an arcing bridge. It's more like a boardwalk than anything else that connects the island to the marshy mainland.
So like a really long dock.
Yes, it's very low. It's only about 1.5 feet over the water. It's hard to call it a bridge, but it's what it is.
Does this beast need to be taken alive or dead?
Returns and says that I do not believe they specified. I assume dead, but this is a good question.
Graves, I
we
think
were able
he
to
would be
trap
the
it
one to
alive.
know.
Perhaps if we were able to trap it alive, it would provide even more samples and not just the one. Who knows what it could be?
Perhaps, but being as what it did to her alive, I think it would probably be much safer dead.
Graves nods and says that perhaps when we reach the building, I should spend a few hours setting some traps.
Well, we have to meet the owner first, yes?
Graves nods and says that of course we would not want them to walk into the traps, and I'm sure that they may have some questions. But perhaps if I can take some time to use some of my supplies to build some traps that would be appropriate, we could take this creature alive and benefit the world more than killing it simply.
Benefit. I probably mentioned the thing I meant benefit to the world. He says. To see what he saw what it did to her, right?
And say that. Well, I'm sure the others will have this happen too, and if they were able to squeeze out.
I didn't say that aloud. I was saying it to the audience.
Yes, he did see what happened to her. He was the one who was checking her out.
That,
Saw
in the back of
firsthand.
Graves' mind, if he can get this thing back to them, perhaps an alchemist or whoever is making the antidote could make, hundreds of vials of this antidote to distribute throughout the world. You never know if he actually had it alive, other than just the one if it was dead from the sounds of it.
Perhaps. Have to be very careful though.
Graves continues riding towards the town with the dead man and says, perhaps someone without a body on their horse should be the one to make first contact and explain our situation. I'll look to the others.
Perhaps.
Or I suppose we could, someone could watch my horse and I could go ahead. If you
I think
prefer
Calvin
riding
just
to introduce
snorts
us.
and he says, peasants in the wild like this, they'll roll over as soon as they see half a dozen armed men ride into town.
You sure they are peasants? In a place like this, they may.
He just like he gestures and he's like,
Have you seen the general quality of this place?
yeah, like he gestures towards the hovels and he just says, the only guff will likely get those taking care of the manor. It doesn't look like the lady's family is. Doesn't sound like the lady's family is exactly prominent anymore. Maybe they have a few guards here left over, but maybe not after that incident.
I do not know why any lady would live out here. Surely the simple trip of entering town and back must be a nightmare every single time. I kind of glance about. There's no place for a noble.
I think Aldart speaks up at this point, closing his book, and he looks up and he's like, well, Lady Adra's family has been prominent in the area for many years. The Mirkwood is one of the more prominent settlements in Morashtavar, and while is not much from the mainland standards, the Mirkwood estate is a veritable haven here out in the marshes. And even from these origins, the Lady Adra managed to capture the Baron's attention.
I'm going to give a bit of a laugh and I'll look around and I'll say that it would be foolish for anyone to think they are in command out here except for the things that dwell in the deep. I'm sure that they think that they rule this land, but really all they do is fortify a house and hide inside. It's very, very sad from the looks of things, and I'll glance about at the general estate.
Almost to emphasize your point, there's a whoosh from the water about like 20 feet to your left, and you see a bird which had landed on the water just get utterly demolished by a crocodile, and this maw just opens up from beneath the water and consumes it and drags it into the water.
That's probably what you hooked back there. Just saying.
Yeah, only paranoid, but now I'm oddly concerned about this very low bridge.
Should not put too much weight on it. Perhaps you should cross one at a time.
That is not what I'm overly concerned about.
It looks to be wide, probably 8 or 10 feet. You guys ride up to the end of the bridge, and you can see you're no more than 80 feet away from this little settlement, if you will, and you can actually see there are 2 or 3 people who have kind of taken an interest in your approach. They're kind of waiting on the inside of town. One of them's got a pitchfork, and he's kind of resting in the ground, and he's leaning on it as he's looking out from the inside of what you assume is his yard. It looks like he's got some very muddy straw that he's stacking up for like a tiny coop of pigeons.
Bahana will ride up to the bridge, dismount, and walk her horse across kind of in the middle of the and start leading the way.
And so the bridge makes a clattering, sort of creaking noise as the horse makes its way across, but it is actually unusually sturdy. Everything out here looks pretty muddy and dirty. The wood out here is very dark. It obviously made from the few local timbers that they have, but while the wood is not hard, it's certainly soft. It doesn't seem to be at imminent risk as your horse crosses the bridge.
Yep. I suppose we should follow. I don't want to stand here by the bridge all day.
I will push on.
All right, so the group slowly makes
Alder.
its way.
If Albert, if you know these people, perhaps you should speak to them.
I've never had the pleasure of being to Mirkwood, actually. Not much call for business out here. Somewhat out of the way.
All right.
So yeah, everybody makes their way across the bridge, and by the time you get there, Bohana is waiting, and it looks like 4 or 5 people have kind of started to gather at the other end, and kind of slowly approach once everybody is there waiting. It looks like they're kind of like looking back and forth between all of you, sort of like expectantly. Like, they obviously don't see too many travelers, especially weaponized travelers on horseback. And they obviously realize you're not simply passing through. So, do you say anything?
Nobody does within a second. Bohana will.
I'll probably wave out in a bit of a greeting motion while Bahana's moving forward to talk.
Bohana will say, "I hear you, kind people here, have a horrible beast that is rampaging the area. Take us to it."
Say that, no, just a moment. We have some other things we need to discuss first. So we were sent from town. Could we come in for a moment?
And who be ye which approached the town? What do you mean beasts? Well, there's all sorts of beasts in these waters.
One that bit the lady, and is responsible for her current condition. We heard it happened out here, and we have ridden far, and I'll motion to Padim, lost one of our own. We were hoping to find a bit of shelter here while we plan our move to bring this thing down, and hopefully return it to town so that we can use it to produce an antidote.
There's like a bunch of hoeing and humming as like the villagers kind of like seem to mutter and mumble amongst themselves, some of them nodding in agreement, taking it in. They obviously appear to be your typical country bumpkin folk.
Where has this terrible creature been seen? Take me to where its last known location was.
Oh well, you'll be wanting to speak with Master Gyleon up at the manor.
We did nod and say, we'll be able to. Is there some place we can leave our horses inside that will be safe from the creatures outside while we meet with them?
They think the old. He's not really old. He's just like kind of an ornery, scarecrow-esque sort of man in a flat, tattered hat. Is rubbing his scraggly beard, and looking you over, and he says, "Well, now we don't have the stables exactly. Not too much in the way of horses. We got a couple asses tied up. We could try to put up. Well." I think he just pauses for a moment. He seems to stare off into space.
Say, if we need some place to leave them, so they will not be devoured while we meet them to deal with this threat.
They might have some space up at the manor for ye, but certainly not for that many horses, I don't think. Might be a bit difficult. You could tie him here or there, but we don't exactly have anyone to take care of him.
We're gonna look at the thing and say, do you think we can squeeze them through the front door? And I'll look to the other people.
The front door where?
Of the estate, or of this building. structure.
They're not gonna let you
Fine,
squeeze
thank
them
you.
into the. It's just like, are you some of them dumbass country folk? He's like he stares at you and he's like, do you know any better? You can't take a horse inside of a house. It's like what's this
It
idiot?
would not be good for the house, but it would be okay for the horse.
It's like that's the Lady Adra's house. You can't do that.
I'm gonna sigh. Let's see
They
what
have
I
like
can
a
say.
they have a small stables up there for the lady's horse and the master's horse when he's here, but you can't hold more than 4. You might be able to have them up there in the yard.
Is the yard walled in?
Well, of course. And he just he gestures up the hill to this really small cobblestone sort of fence. It's about like 3.5 feet tall. That looks like it makes up the perimeter around the estate.
I'll ask the others and say, I should probably offload Padine. Do you want to take the horses up there and at least give them some measure of protection? Maybe Ryland should keep an eye on them and make sure no harm comes to the stables. Or anyone who gets any ideas about steak dinner tonight.
There is nothing but silence from your companions, as well as the dead man tied to the back of your horse.
I will probably, in that case, call Ryland over to the horse and begin untying the dead man from the horse. I'm going to try and drag him.
Are you
inside
gonna-
right now.
Are you gonna offload him in the middle of town?
Is there like probably a tavern inside of the structure, correct?
There is no tavern here.
Is there an inn,
Y-
anything?
There is no inn here. There are 5 homes here. There's a couple outbuilding shacks, and then up the hill there is the estate.
You know what? Let's just go on to the estate. I think I'm gonna actually keep in mind and say, let's proceed to the estate. No, I'll basically whip the horse slightly, not painfully, and convince it to move forwards.
Yeah, so I think you start slowly moving on towards the estate, and you get some more kind of mutterings from people. By this time, there's like maybe 7 people and like maybe half a dozen children, all kind of murmuring and saying something as they're watching you guys pass by, and they just kind of like stare/watch as you start moving up towards the estate.
At the estate, there's a wall and a guard or something, or is there just
There is a 3-foot high stone wall. It's not stone brick. It's just like piled stone with a little bit of mortar in between. And there is a gate, so to speak, probably wide enough for a carriage, but not a very luxurious one. Like a couple horses wide, it would be hard to fit it through there. It looks like it was probably not originally built for something that wide. It probably was widened at that point.
Is there a hitching post inside that I can see in the yard somewhere?
Yeah, so there's actually nobody at the gate. You can just kind of push it open, and inside of the yard, there is actually some grass up here. A lot of it's a little bit mossy. There is sort of an overhang, sort of lean-to-esque stables. It's literally like a ceiling that's propped up against some poles. It's literally like a lean-to, and it looks like it's probably got some hay and some straw stacked in it. And it's to keep it a little bit dry, and it's probably big enough for about 3 or 4 horses. There's enough space in the yard, certainly for all of your horses.
Okay. Bohana will tie up the horse next to the stable then. Just throw its reins over one of the posts there.
Okay.
I'll definitely be convincing Ryland to hopefully keep an eye on the horses. And,
Yeah, he looks about and he gives you a nod.
not
he
trust
says-
this area at all.
And she'll go to the door. Bahana will to knock on it.
What is everybody else doing? Is everybody else following, or is anybody taking any special actions? It has been determined that I need to ask this occasionally.
I'm probably going to cut Padine loose, but I'm not going to actually bring him in until we've introduced ourselves because that might be awkward. And probably leave him next to the horses.
Yeah, we're the Ardenhead Adventurers Guild, and here's our dead body.
Like a wonderful introduction.
Do you have some place to leave this? A coat room?
Oh god.
So yeah, you make your way up to the double doors up front. It is a manor that is 90% wood. It looks like the foundation is obviously stone, and it looks like there's a few sections of the manor itself that look like they're stone, probably the kitchen area. It's really not... It doesn't look like it's built to much higher quality than the rest of the buildings. It's just a lot bigger. It's a little bit higher quality, but mostly it's just the size. It looks to be 3 stories and probably 3 or 4 times bigger than most of the other houses. It goes back quite a considerable ways. If it has a basement, it's probably much bigger than the rest. And yeah, you bang on the front door. There's no immediate answer. Probably you have to bang again about 30 seconds later, and eventually, about 30 seconds after that, the door slowly creaks open to reveal an old man in kind of faded grayish blue robes with a long, wispy sort of beard, and he's holding, or rather, I guess, leaning against a walking stick, and he looks out and he says, "Hello? Oh, visitors calling. Oh, what can I help you with?"
I am Bohana, and I'm here to find.
A strange name.
Yes, I come from the border of Kald. I'm here to find the creature that bit Lady Adra. Do you know where it might be?
Oh yes. Oh, poor Lady Adra. And he looks back behind you. He's like, "Oh, there's a great many of you. Please come in." Yeah, he kind of like shuffles off to the side, and it takes like a moment for him to shuffle off to the side and open the door fully. Do you guys step into the house?
Yes, I come
Yes,
in.
absolutely.
All right, so yeah, you get in, and then he eventually shuffles and closes the door, and he's like, "Ah, well, I am Master Guy Leon. I am the estate keeper here for Lady Adra's family. And you say you are looking for the dastardly creature which attacked her, yes?"
Yes, it's a menace, and it must be either trapped or killed.
"Oh, I agree.
Where can we find it?
Oh, well, I believe the lady was attacked out in the gardens. That was where her guards were killed. So unfortunate. Loyal
The
man.
guards were killed. Don't believe
Yes.
that detail.
Well, you weren't told? Two of her men died defending her. Poor souls.
Oh, I do believe I remember hearing of that, actually.
Yes.
How did they die? Where are their bodies?
Servants of the family. Serving the lady since before she married the Baron. He starts shuffling his way, very Yoda-esque, into the hall, leading you deeper into the house. As he tells you, and he says, "Well, Bari and Ellen, yes, both good men. Buried, you say? Oh yes. They're. I'm not sure what happened with them. It was quite a lot of chaos. I believe the lady was taken quickly back to Kelburn, and I recall something about the men not being in an easily he kind of frowns. He says, easily buried state. I believe the townsfolk came at behest of the remaining guards and helped bury them, but unfortunately, there was some reason they couldn't be buried in the crypts.
That is interesting. Where are they buried then, you said? I may have misheard. Where are they buried now?
I think perhaps out in the garden. Some of the only usable soil here. Fortunately, fitting place.
Has anyone else been attacked by this creature?
Well, there have been stories of men who have succumbed to this sort of thing before. Turn to rock. I told you this, didn't I?
Do you have any vision of what this creature is like?
Well, they say it's a basilisk. At least that's what they said when I was a boy here. They would warn us not to go deep into the marshes, for if we ran into the basilisk, we would not make it back home. Although I must say I've never run into one myself.
None have ever been reported coming this close to your town.
Oh well. Well, again, always myths and stories. People turn to stone, and he raises a hand and wiggles his fingers at you. But no, I mean, people are lost to the swamp, but it's the way of living on the Devar.
Was there a particular time that the lady was out in the garden that she normally would not be, that coincided with this creature's hunting habits?
Oh, well, I don't know anything about the hunting habits of a basilisk, if that's what this truly is. I do know the lady was attacked at night. I believe she was out in the garden praying.
Well, maybe Master Graves, you can set your traps out there, and we can bait this creature at night.
I have a plan for that. Is there a room that I could use for preparing some traps to deal with this beast? That kind of thing.
Oh, of course. Now that the Lady Adra is in Kelburn, most of her servants are there with her. I'm afraid it's only myself and Millie. I don't know where that young girl has gone off to.
I'll nod and I'll say that perhaps there's one other thing. One of our party, unfortunately, met his end in the middle of the night on our way here. We got his body on the horse, and we're wondering if there's some place we could store it until we are ready to depart.
Well, that's horrible.
We'd like to see him buried back in our guild hall, or back in Ironhand, so we would like to keep the body, but perhaps there's a place we could leave it safely away from. Just kind of trail off. I kind of look around the room.
Well, I suppose you could leave it in one of the empty servants' quarters if it's in a state that. He seems a little bit flustered. Like he obviously wants to say something, but he doesn't want to offend you. And he's like, of course you could perhaps put it down in the crypt. I suppose.
Crypt would be fine. We do not need to bury him. We can simply leave him in the crypt for the moment. I believe that would suffice.
Oh, very well. Well, you'll need the key, of course. He starts shuffling to a drawer, and he opens the drawer and he's like starts pulling out various oddments. He pulls out a key and he holds it up. He's like, "Oh no, not this one." He pulls out like a key ring. No, not these either. He pulls out several keys and then he goes back to the first one. He's like, "Oh, of course." And he shuffles over to you and he hands you a rather large iron key with kind of like a cross at the end of it.
Now you
I'll
said
thank him and say I will return with some equipment for my traps and also the remains of our friend. And I will set down some of my items so I have some space to carry it and head up to the stables to go get that stuff.
you said that men have been turned to stone by this thing. Has there been anybody who has seen it and survived in this area?
Oh, well, you know, there are always stories. I saw the basilisk and lived. Usually the stories of children. Usually they're seeing alligators, crocolisks, but hard to tell when fact merges with fiction.
Would I know anything of Basilisk Star? Check and see if this the information we've seen lines up with what I can know of conventional basilisks.
You could try to make a spout lore roll. If anybody potentially knows anything, it's probably Graves with his monster lore. But anybody can technically make a spout lore roll, and it would make sense that a ranger of all people could potentially know something as well.
Give it a try.
Probably be looking at rolling that and setting up the traps actually.
Oh,
It
that's
says
a
trap
seven.
in there.
So you know that basilisks are a particularly nasty creature that are rumored about the world. You know that there are a variety of basilisks, although you're not exactly sure which is which. You also know that basilisks are rumored to turn people to stone. You can see the old man waving his fingers at you in your mind again. Often lizard-like. Sometimes often portrayed as having 6 legs.
Indeed.
You don't know anything particularly more than that. That would be like, that kind of be your common knowledge of some basilisks. I guess you also know that, interesting fact, I think that's probably it.
Well, do I have any trouble getting Padine back into the crypt, or
Are you
my equipment?
trying to make a roll for your knowledge of basilisks while you're doing this?
Yeah. When I'm thinking about, I was going to roll it before I was trying to build the traps, so I might know better how to make the traps.
It doesn't have to be rolled right before you roll the traps. I mean, like, you could be thinking about it right now.
Think it over. Yeah. I'll give it a roll right now. 1 second. I really hope I don't screw this up. A 9. Okay, it could be worse. I already know which one I want to ask, which is what are the behavior and instincts of this creature?
Yeah. So, you know that there are definitely several types of basilisks. So The behavior
Definitely looking in the context of how to maybe bait it out, because I realize that's going to be the hardest part.
That might be a little bit more tricky to answer in context. Let me think about that for a second.
I realize we probably can't spend a week here hoping the basilisks attack somebody when it hasn't attacked somebody in weeks, so I've got to think of a way to maybe what could bring it out.
You know that basilisks are an unusual sort of predator. They're not really a scavenger, but they're not really an apex predator too. They really rely on their special ability to deal with pretty much any other creature. Like, other predators kind of stay away from them because of their rumored ability to turn things into stone. The ability to do this is a little bit questionable. In terms of how to lure them out, again, they're not scavengers, but they will take meals when they can get them. But like snakes and other reptiles, they're very efficient at digesting their prey over time, so they don't eat all the time. Putting out like dead animals, like freshly killed animals with like a lot of blood, perhaps could lure them out. But it would depend on like the size. You know that some basilisks are rumored to be fairly large. You don't really know what sort of bait that might be needed for that sort of thing. I mean, basilisks have been known to eat people. I think you know that they eat things that are living too, but they're typically more ambush predators than anything else. They don't stalk things. They're not. In none of the stories that you have heard, they're not particularly long ranged or fast. So their travel speed is not really conducive to finding prey over long distances.
I'm just going to take this into note. He's going to actually do a couple things when he gets back to the room. Not sure if you want to address anyone else first, but definitely has some ideas as he's hauling this thing back.
It sounds like you're cutting Padine down and you're taking him to the crypts. Fergus, Mirai, and Bohanna, what are you doing in the house in the meantime while our friend Graves is off doing that?
I imagine I would like ask so is there a place we can stay while we're here, or if that isn't available, I'd like to get a look at.
Oh yes, of course. We certainly have enough rooms. I hope you understand they're not exactly made right now. We haven't been expecting company.
Of course not.
We have had worse nights in the swamp, so perhaps a place to wash up a bit.
Oh yes. The lady does have a bath if this is what you need. We also do have some basins for the help. Not expecting Lady Adria to return anytime soon. If I can find Millie, I can see about getting her to start some food for you. What of you, young lady?
The bath sounds wonderful, but the basin is fine.
May I go to the garden to see the scene of where this attack occurred?
Oh yes, of course. It's It's on the far end of the house. I can show you there myself, or you could go and try to go with your friend who just left. The crypts aren't too far away.
Fergus and Mariah, do you want to see that first, or do you want to go to your room?
I would like to see that first. That was next on my agenda.
All right. Well, it sounds like we're all heading out towards that way, unless Fergus is doing something different.
I suppose we can go look first.
All right. So,
getting the grime of the swamp off would be high on the priority
seeing that you
list.
all have this interest in seeing the gardens, he says, "Oh, well, let me lead you there then." And he starts leading you through the back of the house. He goes and he unlocks a door at the very back and opens it up and opens into a surprisingly green garden. There's not a lot of bright colors here, like not a whole lot of flowers per se. What colors there are here look to be very hardy plants that can survive in this sort of environment. A lot of well-maintained, like trimmed sort of shrubs form the end of this, the edges of this garden. They actually provide more privacy than the stone wall did. Really, some of these very thick green shrubs are like 5 or 6 feet tall, and it looks like they wall off an area that's probably like maybe a third or maybe up to a half the size of the house. I wouldn't call it like a hedge maze because it's certainly not. The shrubs in the middle are not designed to block off view from the rest of the garden, but they do obscure things enough to give people in the garden privacy. And you can see it's at the back of the house, so it can't be seen from the rest of the village. As he leads you into the garden, I think you can see Graves sort of like kind of poking his head around the corner as he's following a path, carrying the body of Badine over his shoulder. Graves is looking for the crypt. Graves, you see the others, and they seem to be being led by Gyleon, the old man. You see that there are several old, rain-etched stone statues in the garden. And several old benches. There's a fountain in here, and you can rejoin the others as they kind of move through the garden. I think the old man says, "Oh, there you are. Your friends wanted to see the garden first."
The crypts, or am I,
No, you haven't. The crypts are at the back of the garden, and you are just now finding it.
I'll probably be passing by, and I'll say that yes, what can I help you with? As I'm holding a dead body.
Yeah, he's like, "Well, your friends wish to see where the attack occurred. It's just this way. The crypts are down this path." So he starts leading you further into the garden. At the end of the garden, there's like a left-hand turn and a straight path. He gestures down the straight path to where you can see what looks to be some sort of very sturdy stone mausoleum with it looks like an open iron gate that's kind of leading to the mausoleum. It's not possible to really see the mausoleum proper from this part of the garden. It's sort of like down the hill a little bit. You can just sort of see the roof. And he says, "Well, the crypts are over there. I gave you the key, right?"
I'll nod and say, "Right here," and I'll pat my pocket.
"Oh, good. We'll be over here." He gestures to the left path. "This is where the attack took place. The lady."
I'll probably be a moment. I need to pay some last respects, but I will be out here and learn. I'll turn to the other and say, "Learn what you can. I will need all of the information possible, but I can waste no time establishing our trap for tonight. Try to get as much as you can, so we have a likely ambush area." And I'll turn and start taking Badine to the crypt.
So, The rest of you are led to this left path, and it's like a slightly shrub-walled off section that's obviously even more private than the rest of the garden. There's a couple benches back here, a couple more statues, and a very serene-looking fountain that looks also sort of like almost like a prayer altar. This looks like a very well-maintained section, and he says, "Well, this is where it occurred. This was Lady Adra's favorite part of the gardens. She often came here to pray." And I think he like points to a section here, and he says, "I believe this is where it took place." You look in. You don't really see any signs just right off the bat that anything is amiss. There's not like blood everywhere. This happened over a month ago.
Seems like a very well-maintained area.
Oh yes, one of the men down in the village comes up and takes care of it every week.
Has this happened since the attack?
Well, let me think now. And so, yes, a couple times. I think it's been a little bit more scarce of late. When the lady is not expected, we sometimes cut it back to just a couple times a month. You can see that it looks like it's maintained, but it's grown. It's got like maybe a week or two of growth, probably.
Mirai, are you a good tracker? Can you maybe find any kind of sign of this creature? Perhaps I can help you look.
Have a look.
So I'd be wanting to aid her if at all possible.
So where specifically are you looking, and how are you looking, Mirai?
I would imagine the basilisk is this supposedly six-legged beast. I imagine it's probably fairly large. I'm probably looking for, like, I don't know if anyone would still be there, but I'd be looking for footprints, claw marks, that kind of stuff, like it might have crawled over something, things of that nature.
Okay. And how are you assisting Bohanna?
Let's see here. Is the fence still about 3 feet tall on this side too?
If you I guess like try to pull some of the shrubs back, you can see that the fence is or the wall is behind the wall of shrubs. The shrub wall is actually taller than the stone wall in this section of the garden. The stone wall only forms the outer perimeter. It's only about 3 feet tall, and the shrubs are like 5 or 6.
Does there appear to be any gap in the shrub wall anywhere? Or is it pretty solid?
Okay. Okay, that's a good thing to ask. So give me your aid roll, Bohanna.
As I do have. Oh, nice. And I have a bond with Mirai. So
What is your bond with Mirai?
it is. Mirai is rather trusting for a goblin. Why doesn't she share my suspicions?
I noticed that too. Things were kind of waved off, so that's definitely an interesting thing to take note of. So that's a successful aid roll. You get +1 on your roll, Mirai.
Very well.
Oh, well.
Nice.
Didn't need it.
That's definitely one of the highest rolls we've seen in the campaign.
Yep.
Holy crap. That's awesome.
+10, I also choose 1. It follows the trail until it ends, and then I pick gain useful bit of information about your quarry. The GM will tell you what, or determine what caused the trail to end.
What is that coming from? What are your ranger moves?
Hunt and track. Yeah.
Excellent. Let me look at that. Okay. Oh, I thought you were discerning realities.
Yeah, I can do that too. It's just
The
one's
thing
going to
is-
lead into the
The
other.
thing is, hunt and track requires that there be a trail of clues that you have access to.
Kind of seems
Like-
we're following clues.
Well, no. The thing is, you have to actually know they're there first. Like, you have to discern realities to find the tracks first, or they have to be plainly visible. Then you hunt and track to follow them. It says when you follow a trail of clues left behind by passing creatures. So, we'll use that roll as a discern realities roll.
Okay.
Because it's not immediately evident by hunt and track that that's how it works, but that's how I read it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Key question.
So you get 3, yes.
Probably going to go. What happened here recently? What should I be on the lookout for? And I guess I'll do useful or valuable to me in this situation.
Okay. In order. You're looking through the grass, and I think Bohana. It's going to take me a while not to call you Padine. Bohana is looking through the shrubs and points out several areas of the shrubs where it looks like the branches on the lower sections have been partially broken and moved aside, like something has moved through there, and draws your attention to these areas. It looks, in terms of what happened here recently, it looks like something did move through these shrubs. Not something huge in terms of recently, however. It looks like maybe something smaller had moved through these shrubs within the last, judging by how old these breaks are and like the tree starting to heal, week or two. You would say maybe, again, very approximate size of like small dog size. Really hard to judge size, but like just judging from general sort of tunnel through the shrubs. Your second question was, what should I be on the lookout for?
Yes.
You're continuing to look through here, and you do find more than one scales that are wedged in with the shrubs. Looks like they were
Shredding.
like broken off and caught. I guess you kind of pick those up and examine. These are definitely much larger than like a snake scale. I think that's definitely something to be on the lookout for. What was your third question? What here is useful or valuable to me?
Yeah, because the other three didn't really make much sense. The other three were
I think-
off the hatch
I
of
think in
who's
addition-
running control and was not what it appears to be.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I think in addition to what should I be on the lookout for, I'll add that you find some odd rocks on the ground, or at least you think they're odd rocks until you pick one up and you realize that one of them is the end of a pinky finger, and I think you probably gasp.
Yeah.
It looks, it definitely is surprising to you. And maybe upon further examination, you look and it's not entirely turned to stone. It looks like the outside had been hardened, and the inside has actually rotted. And you can actually see ants there's actually a couple ants like crawling out of it. Or maybe it's maggots, probably. Like the outside looks like it's like a dark sort of rock, fossilized or something. It's not pure like quarried stone, like in Legends of Basilisks or something. But it's definitely something to be on the lookout for. The only thing really here of value to you is knowledge. And I think it's knowledge that you sort of got with the first question, but I'll reiterate. I think you're starting to look through the rest of the shrubbery, and you're not getting any real sign that anything recently moved through here that was big. You do see a couple more spots where smaller sections of bramble and shrub were broken. Looks like something not terribly large.
It looks like it might have been... Like, if it is a basilisk, it's not a big one. There's scales about here, and see this? It looks like it's not fossilized all the way. Maybe we're dealing with young basilisks?
Oh, so it could have nested here.
Yeah, see, there's all these scales. It's almost like it's shedding or something.
So with that, we switch to Graves. Graves, the gate creaks open behind you, and you close it and you walk towards the mausoleum, carrying Padine, as once Padine carried a bag of boy. And I think you wanted to enter the crypt, apparently in the mausoleum, and you were intent on doing something?
Yeah. Once I get inside, if I shut the door behind me, is there any light in here?
Well, so you get to the door, and the door to the mausoleum itself is really sort of like an ante-chamber to this. Like it's a stone structure with a heavy stone roof. It's probably 6 feet by 8 feet in the interior. That's not counting the outer stone dimensions. And it looks like it's got like a small sort of shrine symbology on the far end, and it's got stairs leading down into the ground. So it's more like sort of the roof entrance, if you will, to the crypts. But I think you notice that you don't actually need the key because the door is open.
That's interesting. I will probably start to step inside, and I will probably shut the door behind me.
Okay.
Continue making my way down. Are there torches lit or anything, or is it dark in here?
You see, I think you see torch sconces on the walls with unlit torches. There is no light down here, but you don't need light to see.
Yeah, I'm gonna take him down. See if I can find like a stone slab or something to put him on.
The stairs are a bit slick. You know, the Morash Devar is a very damp place, and as you step down, first, one step, then 2 steps, and then like you get to like 15 or 16 steps, you finally bottom out. The stairs are definitely a little bit damp, the stone steps, and you can actually hear just a tiny little bit of like dripping water. It seems like maybe there was a recent rain or something, and I think you look down and you can see that there was like a significant puddle on the bottom stair, and it's kind of pooled in this ante-chamber in the crypt.
Interesting. Yeah, is there any place to set him down, like a stone slab or something?
There are a couple stone slabs here, and there is a doorway on the far end of the room that leads deeper into the crypt.
Well, do I hear anything? Does it sound like anybody's down here with me or no? I may go down. Go down another level deeper, just in case. I don't.
Well,
want to
there's no stairs deeper, but there's a door that leads deeper in.
I'll probably go
You
through
pay
that and shut it
more. Yeah, well, so you pay more attention to that, and you start walking that way. You can actually see the door is off its hinges. It is lying on the ground. It's an old wooden door.
Does it look like it was ripped off its hinges, or did it fall off its hinges?
Do you want to examine it?
Yeah, I'm going to examine it very
Want
carefully.
to put Padine down and examine the door?
Yeah, I'm going to put Padine down on the slab that's here, and I'm probably going to actually holster my or unholster my crossbow, raise it up, and I may turn on the light on it. Actually, let me see if I've got chargers. Yes, I think I do. Double checking. I think I used a charge earlier, so this will be my last charge. That's unfortunate. So I guess I'll actually hold on doing that. I'll just have it at the ready in case something surprises me, and I'll start to examine the door.
All right, give me a discern realities roll.
Is that with Wiz, right?
Yep.
9.
One question.
What should I be on the lookout for?
So you're examining the door, and it looks like, from what you can tell, the door was battered down inward, and that it was actually ripped off its hinges. The wood was obviously old and a little rotting, and you can see that there's still bits of wood on the hinges, and it obviously fell inward. You don't see any signs of like necessarily a weapon doing this.
Look, something bashed its way out, or something bashed its way in.
The door is lying inward. You can
Okay, so somebody bashed their way in. Okay.
But I'll say that you don't see any sign that somebody bashed their way in with like an axe or a hammer or anything.
Dave starts to just kind of hesitate and wonder if there's an undead problem down here. I'll probably push on and examine a little bit further.
All right, well, with that, we're going to switch to a new map.
So we're going to end up bumping into the frigging basilisk nest.
Yeah, that or they found the entrance to hell. Good job.
I think that as I'm walking, I'm probably going to switch my crossbow, put that back on its holster, and instead I'm going to take my large round shield out and have that presented in front of me for the moment.
Okay, so since not everybody is here, I'm going to give everybody temporary control over Graves' character. Nobody actually move him, but this way you guys can actually see what he's seeing.
All right.
Ooh, it's an interactive map.
Have you adjusted your HP in some fashion?
Me?
Yes. Why is it not?
No, not that I know of.
Something is broken.
Should I have less or more HP?
It's not actually showing the appropriate. There we go. All right. So can everybody or can at least Graves see the token so far?
Yes, I see the token.
All right. Controllable by character settings. So I'm going to make Graves briefly. Actually, wait. I might not have to do that. If I click this, all players see light. Can suddenly people see Graves?
Negative.
I don't see Graves.
I don't see it.
All right. Alright, now you should be able to see.
Now I can.
Yes.
Your mic
Let's
is
see.
muted, Cloud. Oh, I can see now.
Alright, so, Graves, you have infinite dark vision. Something to note before we begin. There is an active vision layer. It's a way of kind of actively revealing the dungeon. I can turn this on, but if I do this, people are going to have to be honest with their character movement, because I cannot see where you're currently looking until you actually drop your token. So theoretically, you can pick your token up, drag it around a corner to see what's around that corner, and then drop it back exactly where you were. And no one will have ever noticed. There's a mode to prevent this, but it doesn't look as nice for the players. We can do away with that and just work on the trust system. But if I start feeling that people are starting to poke around corners and stuff, I'm gonna have to turn it on.
Very well.
Seems reasonable.
Right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn the grid. Actually. Alright, the grid stays on. Now, Victor, you should have full control over your token. You should just be able to click it and drag it and drop it into a new square. The grid is on, it's just invisible. And it'll automatically drop you into a square, like the nearest square that you want. Why don't you try moving yourself around the room right now?
Okay. I think that I'm probably, because I'm looking for potentially a snake-like creature and we're in the dark, I am most definitely going to run up the nearest wall and be moving along the ceiling as much as possible. If there's any problems with doing that, please let me know, because I definitely want to be away from the ground level in case there's something down there.
That's fine. That's fine. So, why don't you test around by just moving around the room, because I know you're one of the people who has probably never moved one of your tokens in the line of sight system.
Oh, this is cool.
So now I can't see you until you drop your token. Your token
Okay,
remains
I won't move
in
it past
place.
the bridge or the other hallway. I'm just moving it up and down those, but yeah, I get the idea. It works pretty well. I'd really like
Okay.
it.
And keep in mind, I can't see where you're moving until you drop your token.
Okay, that's good to know.
So, if you're doing this, you might move forward, and if you move too far, you might trip something. So we're going to try to keep our movements based on just a couple squares at a time. Try to keep updating your vision there, move forward 2 or 3 squares and stop. It doesn't need to be 1 square at a time, because
What
that'll
does
take
this bridge
forever.
look like in front of me?
Yeah, it
That's
is-
not a bridge, that's actually a door.
That's a door. Okay.
If you want to zoom in, you can get a better idea of
Oh yeah, I see now.
yeah, I recommend everybody full zoom.
I look around the door. Sorry about that. If I look around the door, does it look like there's any holes in the door where it'd be big enough for a basilisk to come through?
Holes through the door.
Yeah, are there any holes in the door? Like, does this look like maybe the basilisk is emerging from down here and coming through this doorway?
The door is on the ground.
Oh, that's a good point. That's why it's okay. Never mind. Okay,
The
I
door was
understand
described
why we're
earlier as
doing
being
that.
knocked down.
Yeah, I remember the one that was ripped off the hinges. I thought this was a different door. I thought that was like behind.
Nope,
me.
you're
I get where I'm
standing.
at
You're
now.
standing right in front of it.
Okay. I'm moving very cautiously.
And the arrow to the back points towards the entrance. Yeah, so you can move forward, and you come to a branching corridor. You see a door to your northeast. You see another unlit torch directly in front of you, and if you move further into the hallway, you'll be able to see a bit more. If you would like to peek around, you can do so in character.
I'm strongly debating getting a move on. But I think instead I know what I'm going to do, actually. I can always get this later if it ends up not working out in my favor. I'm going to crouch down. Actually, let me see if I can move up a little bit to this branching corridor. Hopefully nothing happens to me. I'm going to be trying to lean around the corner more
Just
than
a note,
moving
Star. I
straight
don't know
out
if
there.
you put actual walls in or not, but we can't see any kind of wall. It's just look black.
Nope. You don't see walls.
Okay, just curious.
Generally,
Yeah,
not how the
I'm
light layers
trying
is supposed to work.
Lean around that corner more than push around the corner. Like, I'm not trying to stand, like, right in the middle like that, but,
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm gonna put my my shield kind of against the wall for a second. Take my crossbow back out. I'm gonna load one of my Whistler bolts, and I want to pop that off. Does it look like either one of these? What's on the right or left? How do they end? Do they just like hit a?
You can see the ends. You have infinite vision. Remember,
like,
in
at the
darkness.
end? What is at the end? Is it just like the end of
There's
a hallway? Or
there's a
door?
door on the far eastern side. It's an old wooden door. On the far western side, as you can see, it looks like there's like another passage over there. There's you see stone wall, and it looks like there's a passage to the north and the south. The walls in here are all old carved stone, and just cursory glances, you're not getting anything more than that.
I want to pop one of my Whistler bolts over to the west and like in this general direction.
Okay.
Then I'm going to listen and hear if I hear anything respond to this.
All right, so you fire off, and let's see. What did I say about these? Were they single use?
Oh, single use, and I had 2 shots of them, so I just expended 1.
Yeah, so I think it fires and it shatters against the wall. You hear like a brief whistling sound. It's really, you fire only about like 20 feet, 30 feet at most, so it doesn't have a whole lot of time to begin whistling. But yeah, it whistles and it impacts into the wall. You see like a slight chip off of the wall. Looks like this actually might be a little bit of limestone, and it shatters, and
I
you
need
hear
to hold my breath and try to like listen as deeply as I can for like a good minute here. If anything sounds like it responds to that.
Okay. You don't hear anything immediately, but if you're holding your breath here for long enough, why don't you give me a discern realities?
I shall do that.
One question.
1 second. What should I be on the lookout for? What might I hear? What might I think I hear?
So probably about like 10 or 15 seconds after you fire your bolt, you hear what sounds like a little bit of noise. Like, it's hard to determine. It sounds like maybe a bit of ceramic or a pot knocking around from over in this direction. You won't be able to see this, but you should at least still see the ping.
I'm just gonna kind of think grimly for a moment that perhaps this might be where the basilisk is coming from. And as a result, I think he's going to keep his shield up and slowly back his way back out. Probably past Padine. And I may actually be very cautious when I approach Padine in this case. With my shield up and ready.
Padine puts his hand on your shoulder. Tells you not to worry about zombies. You experience no incidents as you back yourself into that entry room. Go ahead and back yourself.
Okay, give me 1 second. Am I able to retrieve Padine as I approach him very cautiously?
Yeah, you are.
I am going to back my way back up to the mausoleum, I think. I'm going to have a talk with the others and take Padine potentially to the other workroom because something is seriously off down here.
All right, so Graves makes his exit, and we will switch back.
He's not suicidal enough to start running down corridors that branch off without telling somebody he's good doing it first. I think that might not have been a wise idea.
I'm glad you've learned something in the year that we've been playing this game.
Especially since you closed the door behind you, it might have locked. Then we wouldn't be able to get in.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna lock the door behind me when I leave. I think that might be a good plan.
All right.
That was my first thought when you said you pulled the door behind you. I was like, and it locks, and we're unable to enter the tomb.
So I think Fergus and Marai and Bohana, you're investigating the gardens, and I think you've been doing so for about 10 minutes when Graves, you swing the gate open with a clang and emerge not too far from their position. You can kind of see them through some of the shrubs. You can certainly hear their movement. They can hear the gate. You're only you're very close, so you could easily find each other.
I'll probably take a step out and say, Marai, give me a moment.
Okay, I probably am holding one of the sails, and I start walking over. Like, I probably walk around the corner. It's like, yes.
I'm going to motion down to the crypt and say, I'm not positive, but I think maybe I found where the basilisks are coming from. I decided not to leave Padine down there. I'm going to bring him up to the workroom, I believe, if they will allow it. I'll look down and say that I think that there's a good chance that that's where we'll need to go.
I walk over and drop one of the scales into his hands. Like, I don't know if they're doing any big ones or not, but there's definitely signs of young ones. That's not a snake scale.
I'll look down at that and I'll frown and I'll say that there's a good chance they've nested in the crypts. They may even be feeding on the bodies there, which gives me a bit of an idea. I will see you shortly, Mariah. I'm going to go establish some traps, but I would recommend that we post somebody on the door that actually would have a chance against the basilisk.
And
Fergus and
Padine
Madonna.
provides himself useful one last time. Is bait for the trap.
Oh, I've got a plan beyond that. A very unfortunate plan for Padine.
Glad we show respect for our fallen warriors in this universe.
I will show absolute respect to him. I have a very good plan.
All right, so I think we can take a 5-minute break here, and
Okay.
everybody can consider what is transpired. And,
We'll be definitely heading up to make traps / potentially meditate if I have a chance to.
so we will resume at 6:30.
Right?
Alrighty. Be right back.
Sounds good. That's 3:30 Pacific, right?
Correct.
Okay.
No, you actually have to wait 3 hours.
Yeah, we got 3 hour, 4-minute wait.
We'll resume half an hour into Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars is gonna be short, right? So makes perfect sense. No.
Anybody there? Am I the only one?
I am here.
Okay.
I'm active as well.
I have returned.
Cool. I think we're all here.
I'm here.
Everybody present?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
All right. So, what exactly do you guys do? You're standing out in the gardens, and I think the old man Gyleon says, "Oh, basilisks in the crypts? What? Surely you jest."
Something bashed the door down.
I'll definitely have told you about what I saw down there, and that before I head up to the room with Padine's body and 3 loads of adventuring gear off the horses.
I find signs of perhaps young ones perhaps would attack the lady. But the little ones wouldn't be able to knock that door down. Something bigger did.
Maybe the adult Basilisk did it then.
Holler back, trap the little ones, slay the large one. This is clearly the best solution as I fade off into the distance.
Where is he going?
Don't know.
Hmm.
I'm sure it involves some crazy plan. It always does.
So yeah, you go to the horses. Ryland is, I think, sitting on the cobblestone fence there, and he looks up when you return, Graves, and he says, what's going on? Everything okay?"
I'm gonna shake my head and say there's likely a large basilisk as well as smaller basilisks in this area. I believe it may be living in the crypt, and the horses and yourself may be in danger. I'm going to have the... What was the other guard's name? I'm looking right now.
Calvin?
Calvin. I'll say that Calvin should join you on patrol here and making sure that no harm comes to our transport. We're going to need it. These things have a tendency to turn you to stone if they bite you. If that happens, I'm going to start fumbling around in my pack while I check for something. Hold on a second. I got a couple of these. Yeah, interesting. Okay, I'm going to hand him my backup antitoxins off, or 2 of the backup antitoxins, 1 for each of them, off of my extra pouches here. I have 2 sets of antitoxins with me.
All right.
See, I'm gonna hand him 2 vials and say, give the other one to Calvin, and if you get bit, take it immediately.
He nods gravely, begins scanning the perimeter a little bit more vigilantly.
I'll collect some of my extra gear for my.
I think as you're collecting your gear, he says, "Is there anything I should know about basilisks aside from the whole stone thing? I don't have those near Arnhem."
I'll tell him what I know, which unfortunately wasn't that much because I only rolled that partial, and that they may come for smaller animals and recently dead things, but there's plenty of those around the area, and if there's a larger one roaming around, it may have a taste for something the size of a person or a horse. You might want to be very careful, and if you do encounter it, immediately go for help. If you have to cut the horses loose, do it, but do not try to engage this thing with just 2 of you if it's the larger one of the group. If it's a smaller one, likely still call us, because engaging that is likely to bring the larger one coming.
He nods.
I will be back with a few traps in the near future, hopefully, to help further protect this area. But I need a few moments to establish these things while the others are continuing their investigation.
So you return with your gear.
Okay, yeah, I'll go up to this room. Probably.
What
step
room?
out- I thought there was a room that I could use for working on these traps, one of the servants' rooms or something. You mentioned when we first got here.
There are like servant sleeping quarters. Are you looking for anything in particular?
No, there's a servant's sleeping quarters that we can use. They, in fact, suggested that as potentially a place that we could go. There was one that might be available. I'll probably go in there and lock the door behind me.
All right. So Graves disappears apparently for some time without much word at all.
Probably a few hours. I will most likely be gone. If anyone tries to get me, I will react. But other than that,
Is this midday?
Yes.
During that time, then I guess for splitting up for a little while, Bohana will probably check the perimeter of the stone wall out around the outside.
Okay. Yeah, so you're walking the stone wall. You do not need a discern realities roll to determine that there are definitely several areas where the stones have crumbled a little bit over the years, and that something possibly had gotten through. Most of these places are hidden from sight due to the shrubbery, so were either left because the shrubbery was sort of acting as a wall, or they were probably just overlooked.
Okay. And aside from that, I'll probably have like a lunch or a supper or something inside the manor.
Yeah, so you fix your own food?
It wasn't there a Millie or somebody who was gonna be able to give us food?
Yeah, so I guess you go and you ask Gyleon about that, and he says, "Oh, well, I'm not sure. I haven't been able to find her."
Oh, great! She turned to stone in the kitchen. Okay, then I'll probably start searching the. So may I look for her?
Yes, of course. She might be down in the village.
Oh.
I haven't seen her all day. Peculiar, but he kind of shrugs.
Okay. I guess I'll head.
Maybe she's visiting with Tom.
Does Tom live in one of the houses we saw coming in?
Yes. He's the gardener. He lives in one of the houses down there with his family.
Which house is it?
Yeah, I think he says like it's the one closest to the path on the eastern side.
Okay. Alrighty, I'll head to the town then.
Okay. Fergus and Marai.
I have that bath that I wanted.
So Fergus just takes advantage of the bath, luxuriates. There is a large like stone bath here. It is surprisingly luxurious. It's the one back at the villa is bigger. This one's certainly older, but it seems like a very surprising luxury out here in the middle of the swamps. Obviously built for like a minor noble.
Wow. Quite a bit nicer than I would have expected. But I suppose if one spends their day in the swamp all the time, I guess it's expected.
Yeah, so Fergus just leans back and lets his beard float in the water for a while. Your poor abused beard.
Been singed multiple times.
Yeah. How about Marai?
Mariah would also be interested in the bath, but not while Fergus is there. So I guess for now,
And not with her beard.
Do you?
yeah.
The important thing is, are you water conscious? And do you drain the water after Fergus?
Probably because Fergus is covered in blood. As I
Yeah,
probably
he's,
do.
he's probably,
And swamp
he's
water.
probably covered in a lot more than blood, but yeah. If anybody, God help anybody who actually lit a match in that tub after Fergus got out, because it probably had a good bit of that fire eel oil still in it.
God.
So Fergus emerges with a miraculously poofy looking beard. It's a few centimeters shorter and frillier at the ends where it was burned off. It's a little uneven here and there, but Fergus looks like he's preening as you go and you take his place. You drain the bath and you have to let new water heat up. It takes a while. While this is happening, Bohanna, you're down in Mirkwood. It's not an eventful place in any manner. There's a kid chasing a chicken.
Oh, fun.
There's also a raptor chasing a chicken.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's probably very notable.
I think the children notice it.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
You saw it on the way
Okay,
in, like
I did
poke its
see.
head out from Mariah's backpack.
All right.
How it got down here, you have no idea. As far as Mariah's concerned, there's still a raptor in her
Yes.
bathroom.
Okay, I will go to that house on the east side.
Okay. All right, yeah,
I'll
you
knock on
go
the door.
and knock on the door. A middle-aged woman opens the door and she says, "Yes, hello. You're one of the new ones who entered town today, yes?"
Yes, and I'm looking for Millie, who works at the manor. Is she available to make some food for my party?
Oh, Millie. No, I haven't seen her all day. I think she kind of blushes a bit. She's like, she must be out with Tom, maybe.
And where would they be?
Oh, no, maybe the gardens, or maybe out on one of the boats. You know how young love is.
I see. Well then, when she returns, please have her check in on us if we're still there.
Certainly. Very, very well. Just looks like she gives several nervous glances to the sword on your back.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. How many people are out and around aside for the chicken, the raptor, and the children?
7 or 8. They're kind of like moving around the town area. You can see a couple more on boats. Looks like a couple of them are fishing.
Okay. I'll head back to the manor then. And when I get there, I'll be preparing food for myself.
Right, yeah, so you find your way to the larder and you kind of muddle through it. Prepare yourself a meal.
Are they fairly well stocked here, or are they?
It looks like not really. It looks like most of the larder is actually empty. It looks like they probably could stock a lot more, but they probably don't have a whole lot at the moment.
Okay. I'll take a modest meal then.
All right, Fergus, do you come sniffing around at the smell of even uncooked food?
Probably.
Yeah, so Fergus floats his way into the kitchen, like probably the smell of some salted pork or something.
Do I smell vittles?
Well, yes.
Think I smell vittles.
They have some foodstuffs here that are edible. So what brings you into the employ of the Arnhem Adventurers Guild, Master Dwarf?
Oh, that is a very long story.
Well, we have a bit of time. You can tell me why I picked some food here.
I am not of this time, if you would say.
Oh, really? That's strange.
Yes. And I relate the tale of my adventures through time and space.
Okay.
So yeah, it probably takes a long time to do so.
Well,
Fergus
food's
is-
cooking and stewing and whatnot.
Fergus's bogus adventure. Mariah, you eventually get your bath. I think at one point the raptor hops up on top of the tub, and there's a moment where it teeters over the edge, and it looks like it's about to fall in, but then manages to steady itself with its tail.
Light on the feet, aren't you?
It like taps its increasingly growing claws against the stonework and
Yes. How large are these things now?
slightly
dog
bigger than
size?
chickens.
Okay.
It says they. That way you know what the other one's down in the.
Yeah. Actually, I think you get out of the bath and like maybe you pick the raptor up and you notice there's a second raptor just standing on the floor looking up at you with like quizzical eyes. It, like kind of scampers around. It probably has your small clothes and it's like running around the bathroom.
Hey, I need those. I'm back.
Yeah, you eventually retrieve your clothes. They have only a few small raptor teeth marks in them.
I'm sure that would be the first holes.
The two raptors merge, and you manage to get them settled, maybe in an arm, or maybe you just let it scamper down the stairs. Do you let the raptor reign free?
Come back here. Stay close to me. You can run around, but
So yeah, you open the bathroom door, and all of a sudden you just hear this, and you see this cat like flattened against the wall directly in on the opposite side of the bathroom, and like the raptor like its eyes widen and it like rears back almost like a cat itself, and then all of a sudden it just like bolts out in the hall, and you just hear and hissing, and everybody else hears like this commotion and tearing through the kitchen, jumping up onto the table and running across the table and like between Bohanna and Fergus in the middle of probably the story about the jungle, is at first a cat and then a raptor.
Yeah, it looked like that. Something like that.
They run across the table like bits flying everywhere, and the cat jumps off and the raptor follows. After they're gone, Fergus, you realize that you're down a chicken leg.
My chicken leg. My drumstick. Oh, the thigh is still here. It's okay.
yeah, shortly thereafter, you find there's a Mirai that comes into the room. It's like, come back here. I told you to stay with me.
So Graves, you're in your room. What exactly are you building that will potentially blow up and kill the party in this particular RPG?
Please no.
Is it some sort of
am,
is some sort of cart of improvised explosives?
Nope. In fact, I've got a whole plan here potentially.
God help us if you actually had managed to retrieve some of the fire eel oil.
First thing I think I'm gonna probably do, I'm going to spend a little bit of time to hopefully meditate over the remains of Porpidine, which I probably laid out on a bed, and say that I know that you would do anything to see that this mission succeeds, and that I want to honor that request of yours. So yeah, am I able to take enough time to meditate properly?
Yeah, this will take an hour. I think this is happening right as Mirai is getting in the bath, but yes, you
Okay.
finish your meditation.
I will finish adjusting all of that in just a moment on my spell list. But so yeah, I think as soon as I accomplish, as soon as I get up from that, I am going to start going through my adventuring gear, looking for some standard cages of hopefully A size to catch a small basilisk, one of the baby ones is what I'm trying to hopefully capture, rather than trying to capture the mother.
Now remember, there are multiple kinds of basilisks, and you haven't really figured out what kind it is. You have a general idea what sort of size they are, but you're still not entirely sure what sort they are. You think these might be are you thinking these might be like small dog size or smaller?
I'm thinking potentially small to maybe medium dog size is what I'm predicting.
Medium dog size would be very hard to have a cage in your adventuring gear that
maybe
big
small
for.
dog size.
You might have
possibly-
something that could hold a cat, like a collapsible cage.
Yeah, that would be fine. That would be fine. I was
It
thinking,
would
like,
have to
trappers
be-
Probably
it
have
would-
some.
It would have to be either wooden or probably you could maybe have a metal one. It wouldn't necessarily be the most sturdy metal, but yeah, you could have a metal one if you wanted one.
I was thinking of something along those lines. If I have like a couple possibly ones that unfold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not unheard of.
Okay, so I'll probably get those. I also know that these things like to slither. So I would also like to potentially try to pull out some essentially I'm not sure if this might be a hunter's bag item, and it might be an adventuring gear item. I'm looking for some really, really adhesive style glue, essentially.
I don't think that would really be a hunter's item. No. Common. It's verging on a little bit uncommon, but I think you could still get that in a general goods store. It would be a little bit more expensive than normal, but yeah, you could get some adhesive glue. I don't know that it would be ultra adhesive. Like, it would be... The thing is, if you want something that's like so fast acting that if something slides through it and it sticks, that would probably be a hunter's bag thing.
I'm looking for that if I can, or if not, something that may get stuck all over them and make them A, slow to move, and B, possibly easier to track if they're leaving glue slime trails. So one or the other, I would look for both, whatever you think would be appropriate.
I think that might be a hunter's bag use. Something that fast acting and that powerful. I mean, like it's really hard to think of like any super glue, even today, that would really interfere with most things. So like that would definitely be some sort of super, like a hunter's bag item made from some animal. Like, do you have an idea as to like some monstrous creature that like leaves some sort of adhesive that this might be made out of?
Generally speaking, I would think it would be very snake-like or rodent-like creatures. In fact, the idea came to me out of character because of those horrible glue traps they use for mice, which are absolutely horrible, but in this context, that kind of makes sense. That's basically what I was thinking. So yeah, I would be going for something along those lines. I get something super, super sticky like that from a hunter's bag. I'll totally go with that.
And you have a...
potential...
I think you have a jar of it.
Okay, from my adventuring gear then, I would like to get out some, I'm not sure what you would call them, those cloth mats you can put nails through, or like put sharp objects through anyway.
Can you
Maybe
explain?
It's like a cloth mat. It's like usually got weaved so you could stick something through them. Essentially, I'm not sure what they're called.
What are you trying to use it for?
What I was gonna do is I was gonna use the sticky glue on the mat. So I have I need to obviously add bait yet, but essentially try to make these like essentially sticky mats that I can set down.
I don't know that would be... I don't even know what that is, so I don't think that would be a common item in adventuring gear, but you could probably find some fabric in the servants' quarters that could probably suffice that you could just stick nails through or something.
Bed sheets.
That's true. I think something a little heavier that they can't just roll out with. So I'm trying to think here. So yeah, possibly heavy bed sheets would be good because that'll probably tangle them up.
Are you looking for something made of hide, maybe?
That would be a good bet if there's something made of hide I could use.
They probably have like a few things. Like if you're willing to loot a little bit from the servants' quarters, you could probably find some hide mats.
If
Or
in
leather
your
mats.
circumstances, they'll probably cut me some slack. So yeah, I'll do that.
Make sure you're marking uses of your adventuring gear. I'm still seeing it as 5 of 5.
I've been marking them off the horse pieces. Let me mark it down here right now for the ones that I just got. In fact, I just nuked one with the cages, so let me nuke that off right now.
Okay.
And the jar of sticky glue came from the hunter's gear. So
Yep, that's fine. As long as you're marking it off from somewhere.
Oh yeah. I've burned through like 3 adventuring kits now since we left Arnhem. It's pretty hilarious. I'm down to 2 on the horse and 1 on me. So the last thing I want to do, once I have these, how many of those mats are I able to make?
I would say 2 or 3 at least.
Okay, here we go. I'll come back over to Padine and I will again say that I'll make sure that all that your remains that I can manage are returned to Arnhem and you are given a proper burial. But I know the expression that you give your right hand for something, but I think with that I kind of lean down and press the switch on my my staff. I am going to attempt. This is probably pretty horrible. I'm going to try to cut off 5 fingers from one hand, and I'm going to try to cut the other hand off just above the wrist.
Oh boy.
Might tie it down a little bit though. First with some rope or something, I might be able to. Maybe my fishing line. I'll tie it in with that from the pole, so it won't hopefully cause too much of a mess as I get to work.
Right, so you cut off his right hand and like his left fingers.
Indeed.
Okay. That takes probably 10 minutes. Without just hacking at it with a sword or something.
Yeah, I can understand.
You do it. You leave a somewhat bloody mess on whatever bed you have him currently on. It's not as bloody as if the person had been alive, but the blood is still in his body. It's just pooled in his lower extremities. So
that's understandable. In fact, as soon as I do that, I'm going to take the hand off and I am going to roll it around as much as I can in the blood to make it as absolutely bloody as possible. As I take the fingers,
It's-
put them in the.
sticky, kind of curdled blood.
I'm definitely got a plan for that as well. I need to make it appetizing. Yeah, I'm gonna take the fingers. I'm gonna put those on the center of the mats and in the cages. Then I'm gonna take out my oil of not yet on the oil of Tajit. I'm going to lean down to the hand in the darkness. I'm gonna put one hand into the shadows and one hand on this embodied hand, and I am going to attempt to call the shadows into the remains of this hand with Animate Dead.
Oh God. Welcome, Sir Daniel Fortescue. No.
Give me a second to read some things.
You're just animating the hand or the.
Hand, I'm trying to animate the hand.
Why don't you just
indeed.
animate all of Padine?
He doesn't want to, apparently.
I guess not.
It remains, and plus I want to
Give me a roll.
Oh God. I got a 10 on it.
All right, yeah, so it's successful. Give me a 1d4.
Give me 1 second.
All right, you can choose 3 stats for your zombie hand.
Oh my God. Give me 1 second. I actually had the PDF up and I just friggin' accidentally knocked it out. Give me 1 second.
You don't need a PDF.
You got the Animate Dead on. I forgot you have it on the spell list. I forgot. Give me 1 second. I'll pop that
Right
up.
there, I just opened it for you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. I'm gonna give it's talented. You get 1 stat plus 2 modifier. I'm gonna make that Dex.
It can write a ballad.
I'm going to say since it's powered by shadows, it has a functioning brain and can complete complex tasks. And unfortunately for, I do need it to actually appear potentially dead for these small creatures to probably want it, so, to be playing dead. So instead I'm going to go with it's durable. It has +2 HP for every level you have.
What level are you?
I am currently level 7.
Okay, so it's got I think 15 HP then.
Just down here.
This is ironically a more effective animated dead than anything probably Regan ever animated.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's the sad part. Okay, +2 dex and complex tasks. Okay, I've got that marked down in a very haphazard way. I don't have one of the little NPC cards on my thing. Yeah, I think after I manage to do that, let me put the ongoing spell modifier on. I am going to take out my oil of Tajit and hand it to the hand and say that. Or actually, you know what? I'm gonna probably stuff it into the wrist of the hand if I can, and then try and cover it with a little more blood. Like
So
just the vial. I'm not gonna try to open it yet. I'm just gonna try to put the intact vial into the wrist of the hand.
That's going to require a poison roll, or the defy danger, because you may not be poisoning it, but you are trying to slip the vial into a hand where there is no empty space. So,
That is true. Yeah, I can't pour it
either-
out first. Pour it out a little bit first.
hollowing it out and slipping the vial in there, it's still going to be a defy danger roll. To see if
Okay,
the vial breaks while you slide it into this compartment. But the hand begins to twitch as you start carving away into it.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go to the defy danger. This needs to be an oil to cheat loaded hand. Is it with dex, right?
Yes.
Oh god, a flat roll, son of a bitch. Oh hell yes!
Alright, yeah, you managed to carve out a little vial-sized compartment in the base of the wrist and slide the vial up into the hand. It like stiffens, almost like you're a proctologist.
Oh god.
And eventually, it kind of wiggles around and starts walking around on the desk back and forth. And I think it turns around and it flicks you off.
I'm gonna take my bag out and I'll open it up and I'll say that your time is coming. Get in for now, and I'll raise the bag out. Hopefully this completely bloody ass hand too. I wiped it in all the blood.
Yeah, it pauses for a moment. It looks both ways and then it climbs up into the bag.
Okay, I'm gonna shut the bag and then I think I probably need to very carefully
The
take
hand is
a look at
secretly
these.
bloody cleric levels. You could have resurrected me. You did this to me, really?
I didn't have resurrection prepped, and it was probably far too late to resurrect him. So
True, but
for
I'm just
last, here we
saying.
go. Yeah. Oh, poor Fadune's hand. Yeah, I'm gonna take all these traps with the fingers on them. I'm assuming people are probably gonna figure out where these fingers came from, but hopefully they won't say anything. Not sure how would I go about storing these traps. Would I be able to? Is there some sort of a
One of them has a noticeable scar on its ring finger where a ring may or may not have partially melted on it.
I still have his ring. That's so sad. I'm gonna probably
It'll
look at the
become an
ring
arming
very
device to a
sadly
trap
after
at
this.
some point.
I'll go.
So
We'll make
you-
sure that the people you wanted saved were saved, Fadine, as I take the traps out of the room to the others, hopefully.
So Graves emerges holding several metal cages, and you have the mats in the cages, I think.
Yeah, I probably put the mats
Okay.
in the cages to transport them safely here. They all have a finger right in the middle of them.
So
Ferg just gives these cages a knowing look.
yeah, Graves walks into the room and like the raptor is on like a on the table again, and the cat is on the table, and the cat is like sitting there batting at the raptor, and the raptor is like kind of like turning its head back and forth and like trying to bat with one of its small arms, and they're just kind of like in the standoff. And Graves walks into the room, and immediately both animals just turn and stare. And as Graves walks through the room, they just both stare completely soundlessly as Graves walks through the room.
Then the raptor goes for tail slap attack.
Oh
God.
Graves, do you just walk out of the house?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna say that I'm heading to the crypt. Perhaps it is time to make our move. Has anyone learned anything else that we need to know? Because I'm standing there in my bloody cages.
There's the point
Bahana
where
will
the cat and the raptor look at each other like, really? He's not going to say anything about that? Nothing? Nothing at all? Okay.
Yeah, there's
Bahana will
current.
shove the last piece of food in her mouth and start running after Graves.
I think the only thing I might say is you might want to keep your raptors away from these traps. That could be hazardous to them.
What traps?
Let's give a hand motion to my or I'll kind of like head motion to the cages I'm carrying and say that the traps that I baited for the basilisk that I believe we will be able to hopefully capture some of its young for and draw the larger one out.
Oh, we've
I have
captured the
a
little
few
ones.
tricks
So
prepared.
want to deal with an angry mother.
We have to deal with the angry mother. You don't want to leave that in the woods,
Well, that's
killing
true,
these
but-
people. You should take its young so we can sort it out, take care of the mother, and then I will return to town and hopefully we will cure the condition.
Very well. Everybody turn. Come on, Flux, let's go.
I think he starts to like run across the table to follow you, and the cat like swipes him good right across the back, and he looks utterly surprised and it jumps clear of the table, like terrified for a few moments. Then the raptor like gives that and then runs out of the door.
Like, this isn't over, cat.
Yeah, the cat just starts preening itself, king of the table, having beaten several million years of evolution. So yeah, you guys head to the crypt.
Yes.
Indeed.
Right, you should be able to see your own characters now. Was this correct?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Not much else. I can barely make out Graves.
Yes. So I have it set on extremely limited light until you guys actually have light sources right now.
Alright.
So
Okay.
what exactly are you guys doing? Graves doesn't need a light source, and he apparently just walks straight in.
Are there torches down here, Graves? It's rather dark.
There were holders for them. I'm sure that we can light them as we proceed. I realize that some of you may have difficulty seeing down here. This is probably a wise idea.
Well, what exactly did you see down here, Graves?
There's a ready Axime shield.
Bahana will draw her sword as well and have her shield at the ready.
Suppose
I'll
I'll hold up my lantern and light it for now.
probably
Okay.
gonna have my traps in my hand, so I'm gonna say that I believe it's probably just past this corridor to the north that the largest threat lies. I think we should probably start setting the traps in a T section up ahead. And then potentially, well, I heard something to the west, but I don't know exactly where. That's when I came back. Seems like this may be the point of where a basilisk nest may hide.
So Mirai lights her lantern, extends her light.
I
I've
hold my-
updated it.
Stiletto in the other hand because I can't use the bow one-handed.
Yep. And you can feel free to start inching your way into the dungeon. If you start lighting things or interacting with things, please let me know. Or if you want more information about things, that is also something else that I can tell you. We are not using Dungeons and Dragons light ranges, if that's what you're about to ask.
I'm just looking that because it said I could see 60 foot in the dark. If there was as long as there was any kind of light, but okay.
If you actually look, it says you can see a great deal in the dark. Doesn't specify distances.
How do you measure again?
You see the measuring stick
okay.
on the
Like,
far left?
Okay, yeah, I see it. That's cool. Just need to know. Just kind of curious, wondering how far things are away.
Where are one of those torches, Graves?
Can I point out the torches I saw on the walls to them?
Yep. I think Bohana should be able to see them.
Ah.
Yeah, you can make them out. I will.
You changed it since I copy pasted it. Okay, I'll fix what I.
I'll grab the one off the wall and put it in my shield hand as well.
Okay. All right. So you take that one. Do you light the other one, Graves?
Yeah, if I have a free hand to do it, or if I can put the cage down for a second and do it.
Uh-oh. I think my Firefox locked up. Okay.
I'll have to move Graves to the side so I can select this.
If I give a listen, do I hear anything in particular? Like, yeah, you're coming.
Okay, so you guys should have visual from that torch.
I guess I'll take point.
All right, so Fergus stops and takes a listen. Don't really hear anything out of the
Eerie silence
ordinary.
of the death.
Yeah, it's you don't even really hear any dripping. Really, you look back and you can just see that water that obviously kind of flowed in through the stairs.
I should tell you all now, I am carrying antitoxin. If for some reason I get attacked or one of you gets attacked, and I am unable to render assistance, I just kind of pat where I'm storing it.
Good to know.
I have some as well.
Aye.
Right, so the crypt that you are standing in, the ceilings are relatively short, probably just about 6.5 feet in the tallest places, and probably about like 6'3" in others. The walls are probably about like 5 feet tall or 5 feet wide. In most areas of these passages, looks like old stone. In areas that you are walking, you can see that there's definitely some dirt and some residue from the outside, kind of in here.
Well constructed, unlike the building above.
Yes.
I'll light this torch on the wall here where I'm at.
Okay.
I'll move out of the way so you can mark it.
Thank you. Unfortunately, no good way to do that when people are in the same token space.
I'm gonna push forwards as well into the corridor.
You say it was this way or
There's
the
a
other
look
way?
right here anyway.
What?
Is that
That
the
is
door?
that is a door.
Oh, interesting.
You see the door there, right?
No.
I do.
No. Oh, just because I'm out of view, that's why.
Yeah, this much of a something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will go forward and open the door then.
I think
Okay,
Mohammed
so
was
you,
to set out the first of his traps in this intersection. I'm going to use one of the, I believe the cage traps.
Okay. All right. So you have 3 of them. You can mark down that you've got 1. So Bohana, this door is old, but sturdy, and it appears to be locked.
Did the old man give you a key by chance?
I'll
I
say,
saw him fishing for
I'll reach
those.
down in my pocket and I'll toss her the key and say, attempt to use this.
I attempt to use that key.
Okay. Yeah, you put the key in there, and the door indeed unlocks.
Well,
Remember, if the
wow,
door looks
fine.
intact, Bahana, perhaps it is, no basilisk could have come from there. Make sure we shut doors behind us.
Yes, I will. I just want to see if there's any other ways of entrance through here.
Of course, I was just reminding us for when we leave, or when we are moving through, to keep doors shut behind us at all costs.
Is door staying in or in? It looks like.
Yep.
I'll
Take
open
me a
it,
second to move the door.
and I will step into there and look around a little bit, check these things out. Yikes! Open the door. Oh, there it is.
Oh, fuck it, I'll just delete it.
If the door was locked, Basilisk wouldn't be able to get in there, right?
Well, if there are any other entrances, but it doesn't look like it's just a single room. Seeing if there's any other ways in.
Yeah, you enter. There are a pair of old stone sarcophaguses in here. Several old vases. A couple of them even still have some withered flowers, long since petrified. There's what seems to be some sort of altar in the center. Looks like some sort of prayer altar with candles that obviously melted and burned out long ago.
Okay, I'll head back and close.
While I'm
Yes.
standing here, I'm examining this door that got knocked down, trying to see like how it was attached to the wall and what kind of strength might be required to knock something like that down.
You know, I'm just going to go ahead and turn the grid off because it's going to be impossible to manipulate the background with it on.
Yeah, I find that if you're going to use a grid for actually like playing on it, it's best to keep it really small and not have one. Like for building maps, it's great. Out of curiosity, should we potentially consider about half size of our current icon size? Because I was just trying to think about our actual like physical space.
In typical RPGs, in a 5-foot square, you're not taking up the entire square, Victor, but that is your typical fighting space. Like you
Okay.
can move through other people's squares, but two people can't like comfortably stand in the same square at the same time.
Okay, but yeah, so you could technically overlap if you're trying to like, stand side by side in a doorway or something, and even though it would be
You could,
But you would have difficulty attacking side
you would be
to
at
That makes sense, that makes
disadvantage
sense.
at pretty much everything you were doing.
that makes sense.
I see another door over here. Should I check it?
Let's investigate this one first. Make sure everything is clear.
Victor, you
Came
guys
from
just came from there.
Oh, never mind.
Victor, were you not paying attention to the last like 10 minutes?
Yeah, but Donna just went in
I
there.
I was thinking, I don't know why I was thinking.
That's why I was
thinking
talking
of,
about that door being
at
closed.
the time, not the map. That's why I got really confused. I'm sorry.
So
Alright, I'm fixing it now.
Ferg is peering off like leftward wise this way
Okay, yeah,
as they're messing with the door.
you stare off into the distance. Let me see what you can see.
I can only see that far. Also, I don't know if that's the way it's supposed to be, but yeah.
You have a ×2 multiplier. All of the light sources are off to your right, so
He should be standing.
I thought this was a torch. Not?
Yeah, I lit that.
The yellow circle is one of my traps. I just put that there so I'd remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought that was a torch. That's why I was like, I can't see anything.
It-
anyway.
It is. Why is it not? For some reason, it's not shedding light.
It doesn't look lit
Ooh.
on my end. It just looks like a dark torch.
Such a mysterious torch. A torch of non-light.
Creepy shadow.
Here we go.
Torch
Oh,
of
yes,
okay,
yes,
shadow.
yes.
that's better. Now I can see. I was like, well, there's something I can't see very far. But-
I didn't have the players can see light checked.
Yeah, that might help. And I'll light
wonders
the
of invisible
torch by
light.
me again here. I'll move so it can be lit.
That one actually can't. It looks like it's it's so
burnt
old
out.
that it's rotted.
Okay.
The other two, actually the other three that you've run into, looks like they've probably been replaced within the last year or two, and they still had some tinder on the end of it. This one looks like it's much older, and it's still like burnable, but like you'd actually have to light the entire torch on fire, and that might be a little bit dangerous.
And I'll try this door.
This one is this one's actually locked as well.
Key again.
Okay.
Careful, Mirai.
You fit the key in.
I don't believe this stuff with doors.
You fit the key in, and it sticks a little bit. You jiggle it around. Doesn't seem like this one's been used very recently, but it does eventually click open.
If this eastern passage goes much further, I believe we should turn around. My greatest concern is to the west. But we should investigate what this room is at least.
Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, and
I have to
it's
do one
door
at a
now.
time.
Yeah, I know. I'll step in to the room.
So it is a significantly larger chamber that you enter. Looks to be 6 sarcophagi at various points in the room. Looks to be some remnants of candles here and there. Some urns, vases. Looks to be some offering plates. What you would typically expect of the way people treat their dead in this this part of the world.
Do I see any signs any of the corpses have been disturbed?
You'd have to open the sarcophagi to do that.
Vajana,
Or-
give me a chance, or give me a, well actually, I mean... do any
Give
of
me a
them, like,
crowbar.
Do any of them look like they've, I mean, honestly, more than the corpses being disturbed, do any of the sarcophagi look disturbed? Like, do any of them look like they had the lids maybe pushed up to the side, or anything like that? Is more what I think I might be looking for. I figure a snake's not going to be exactly sneaky about this.
Yeah, so you go and start examining the lids. They all look pretty well intact. They also look pretty heavy.
Do you want me to check one?
We could. I believe that the snake may be, or the basilisk may be kept by that door, but let's investigate. And I'll get on the other side of one of these and
I
maybe
can-
translate it with Bojana.
I'll try to bend bars, lift gates with this. I guess.
Okay.
I guess it's an
Um,
inanimate obstacle.
Let me read Ben Bar's real quick. You may not
destroy,
have to
though.
do it.
I don't know if I want to destroy it.
In the meantime, while I'm standing here in the hallway, I'm going to put out my lantern and pull the bow out. I'm going to be guarding here for Fergus for the time being.
Okay.
Fergus peers off to the west. Gotta be careful. They might come. They can't open doors.
This is heavy enough that you would need to roll this. I
Okay.
guess normally it would just be a strength check for most people, and it would be your typical trinary option. For you, it's a little bit better on Ben Bar's lift gates. It doesn't have to be destroy. It can be, it can be
Move things
interact
around.
with. Yeah. If this was, these are really substantial. So if it was any lighter, I wouldn't have you do it. But like they're substantial and they're old.
Alrighty. I will begin to push and shove.
And I guess the other thing is if you were unconcerned with just shoving it off and maybe not being able to get it back on, I wouldn't even really make you roll this.
Okay. Yeah, I want to put it back into place eventually.
Okay.
So-
Yeah. So go ahead and give me a strength roll.
All right. An 8.
You can
Let's
choose
see here.
2.
Let's see here. You can fix the thing again without a lot of effort. I don't want to break this damn thing. And I guess nothing of value is damaged, but it might take some time for me to push and I might be making some noise.
Yeah. So, Bohana starts hemming and hawing at this thing, trying to figure out how to actually push it off, because like she starts pushing it and it doesn't actually work, and so she moves to the other side. And she's like, well, maybe it pushes from this side, and that doesn't have any work. Eventually, it starts sliding one way and then the next. Eventually, it starts to. It looks like it's going to take several minutes, though. This is several hundred pounds, and again, several hundred pounds, not too hard to just push, but if you're trying not to like shove it off in such a way that will either break the
Shatter it,
sarcophagi or cause you to have to lift it all the way up. So it will take a couple minutes trying to be careful.
Okay.
Probably holler over and say, or probably say that, if it's sealed, it's likely the basilisk hasn't gotten into it. I don't see any cracks in the sarcophagi, and I'll keep helping you try to open it up.
Alright.
So in the hallway, Fergus and Mariah, you're waiting together in the comforting light of this torch. You hear like a lot of stone grinding on stone and a lot of grunting from down the hall. Like it's echoing very evidently down the hall. What are you guys doing? I think your raptor is in your pack, and it's like kind of blinking its eyes one way down the hall and then the other.
Yes, Flux, I agree they're making an awful lot of noise, and it's probably not a great idea. What do you think, Fergus?
To be making enough noise to wake the dead.
It seems
What?
that way.
I look down at this trap and I'm like, oh, maybe standing right next to the trap isn't a good idea either.
That could be true.
It appears to be just a cage with, like, is that a human finger in it?
I don't look too closely at it. I was like,
Yeah, you decide.
Speaking of my trap star, I just realized I never rolled tricks and traps, so should I do that, or
Let's take a look.
should I not do that? I totally cool. Just something that just occurred to me now that there actually was a roll for that, and I didn't even think of it.
Go ahead, roll it.
So it's like a cage you put like a rabbit in, but more primitive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's
There's a
got
finger
something
instead.
inside of it.
An 11.
Yep. So, you can actually choose 3 of those options.
It snares the victims, making it difficult to act or move. Injures or poisons the victim, causing ongoing effects. I'm thinking primarily, hopefully, if they get wound up in it, they'll be slowed from being very sticky. And don't really think damage dice would really apply the way I built these, so I'm going to say not really so much easy to hide.
One thing I'll bring up, what is
Sure.
your current load at?
Current load is at 11. I believe I probably should have left one of the adventure gears back at the thing, but yeah, I'll probably go with half weight. How much weight would they be total?
Probably 1 each.
Okay, so I have 2 of the animal cage traps, or had 2. Now I've got 1, and
So,
I've got 1 just
having-
sticky mat.
Having them, I would just say all of them would be 1.
Okay, yeah, I will go with halved, and I'm gonna leave probably something back at the tavern because I know I'm at 12 weight. Actually, I
Okay.
might just go overweight until I set these down. I'm coming in bulky. That makes sense. Carrying a couple traps on my arms.
Okay. All right. Keep in mind that this has some effects on things.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm hoping to drop them before I deploy them and get rid of the weight shortly. So yeah, definitely makes sense.
Fergus, it's hard to hear anything over all this noise and racket coming to your east, but you're keeping an eye out, and so is Mariah. You seem to see like a little bit of dancing shadow from the torch that's lighting the eastern or the western side of the hallway. You can just barely see the end of the hall. You see something you could have sworn was motion, and when you kind of look back at it, maybe it was the motion of the torch. Hard to tell.
I stare intently at the end. I'm
Okay,
gonna
so
show
you're-
something. I don't know. Guys see anything down there?
Bohanna, you get the sarcophagus to a point where you can actually like reasonably look inside without the lid being completely off.
I look.
You see a humanoid figure wrapped in some sort of burial shroud. Looks to be reasonably well preserved in terms of the form. You can't exactly see the person itself. They're shrouded. Their hands are crossed over their chest, and you notice two things. Two objects inside of the sarcophagus. There is a small green gem, and there is a rather large-looking dagger. I actually have a picture of this, if I can find it.
Cool.
Don't worry, it'll be resized. Not everybody has to freak out every time something gets dropped on the map. Here you go.
We should not rob the dead. I do not believe. This dagger looks
it's-
unusual, but luckily
It is
ceremonial.
it is a dark metallic dagger. It looks to be old. Looks to be a little bit heavy, and there's something about it that catches your eye. There is an ochre-colored reddish gem embedded in the hilt that glints and gleams in the light from the torch, and it immediately catches your eye.
Interesting dagger. I wonder why they would be buried with this.
I'd inspect it and see if there's anything unusual about it, but I'm not necessarily going to be stealing it for various reasons. But I might inspect it and see if there's anything that I might note.
How do you
that
inspect it?
historical impact, or... Actually, you know what? I know what I'll do. Well, that wouldn't work. I guess I'll just kind of look in and have I heard of a dagger like this before? Have I ever seen a dagger like this before?
It's a dagger with a gem. How are you inspecting it? Just looking at it? It looks like a dagger.
Yeah, to look over to Bajana and say that it's very interesting, but I'm not sure we should take it from this long dead body.
Well,
It's a
you're
dagger
looking
for a reason.
you're looking closely at it, Graves. The firelight catches the gem and is reflected rather beautifully in it, and like it seems to almost dance on the surface of the gem, and it glints and catches your eye, almost like an eye, almost. At least the glint of it, and like you kind of turn back, and there's no motion in the dagger or anything, but it's hard to keep your eye away from it.
Make of this, Bojana. I'll take a look at it. Out of character, I'm pretty sure I figured it out. I know Haru would have figured it out, but I'm not sure if Ramon's figured it out just yet.
I probably wouldn't know anything about it. I guess I could try a spout lore or something. But particularly, I want to do like a. It would make no sense to Bohanna to have somebody buried with their weapon. Weapons are usually passed down through the family line in my kind of household, my kind of ancestry.
I'll look
So
down to the corpse and say, "Sorry, I need to borrow this for a moment, friend." And I will take the knife and I'm gonna take it over to the firelight and kind of hold it up and see if I can see anything in that gem again.
All right, so yeah, you take the knife. It's not in the hands of the corpse. It's the hands are kind of folded on each other and folded over the knife, so you only have to lift them up. And as stiff as they are, this corpse has been here some time. You lift the knife out, and then you go over towards the torch. I'll light that in a second. And I think you're holding it, and you're looking at it. There's nothing particularly unusual about it. It feels very solid in your hand. It's got like a very appropriate weight, like it's almost weighted perfectly for your hand. It feels kind of good to be there. And I think maybe you run your thumb over the edge a little bit. You don't cut yourself, but you can tell that like as long as this has probably been here, it's got a pretty fine edge. And what exactly do you think of this object, Graves, at this point in time?
I'm thinking that it seems unusual, and I'm debating taking it potentially for Telemon to look at, but at the same time, I'm not 100% sure if I should be robbing a grave when we're down here as guests. I think that could also pose badly.
I think you're thinking that, and you're thinking that to yourself, and a voice says, "Oh, I wouldn't think of it as robbing. Just think of it as simply appropriating. It's been so long."
I'm going to look at the knife for a second, and I'll just turn to Bozana and say, "This knife is possessed."
did I hear it speak? or
Possessed
just-
is such a strong word, my friend. Bojana, you don't hear anything.
Okay.
Like he turns to you and he says that, and like maybe you give him a funny
Huh?
look.
Yeah, raise eyebrow and the kind of huh.
How now? Don't do anything rash.
Say we should definitely take this for Telemon to investigate. I would not mention it to our I guess our hosts.
Yes, a sound plan.
I'm gonna look at the knife and Yura continue to talk, and I
shrug and start pushing back the crypt casket top.
do I have a potentially, I guess, in the adventure gear that I'm carrying some sort of a carrying case of some sort that can potentially lock this knife in because I don't trust it.
That's not really typical adventuring gear, unfortunately. Adventuring gear
that's true.
specifically has to be something that you would typically, like, it has to be common.
gonna
That
say,
you could reasonably expect to like pack whenever you're going out into the wilderness or something.
Keep an eye on my behavior, Bahotana. If you see me starting to act strangely, you may need to seize this artifact. Possessed items sometimes can be powerful, and sometimes they can be dangerous, but I do not know.
Again with the P word. I don't. You don't need to throw around labels.
Starting to act strangely? I
Look down at
question.
the knife for a moment. I look up to Bahotana and say, "Never mind. Let's get this sealed. We are definitely needing to return this to Telemon. I'll take it. I'll probably slip it into my satchel and say, mind the hand," as I set it down next to the animated hand in the satchel.
And then there's a secret conversation between the hand and the dagger. It's like,
Yeah,
hey,
the
hey,
dean's
buddy,
hand.
if you can get me out of this.
A hand bursts out from the satchel wielding the knife. We're free! No,
So,
Yeah.
Bojana, your eye is you're pushing this thing closed, and your eye is once again caught by this green gem that's resting in the sarcophagus. It kind of catches the light, not to the same extent that the gem and the dagger did, but it's resting there, and it's you see it's perfectly smooth.
Well, unfortunately, when I buried my father, I buried him with my mother's gem piece. So it would be very common to me to bury bodies with valuables that are not of the weapon sort. So I would just want to leave that there.
Okay.
I may,
So,
I may ask the knife, is the other artifact possessed as well? As
I think there's a pause, and he's like, "Oh, I'll praise everything in the dark abyss. Finally, someone takes up the knife who has a brain." It's like, "You, friend, ask the right questions. I was about to tell you that it would probably not be in your best interest to simply just leave that there. You see, my friend over there, it could be useful."
I'm going to look up to Vizana, and I'm going to say, this is going to sound strange, especially after my last comment. But I do believe that we should take this other gem, as I do believe it is possessed as well.
Again with the P word. You say stuff like this, and people start getting misconceptions.
It's your curse. If you want it, you take care of it.
Oh, and now the C word. It was inevitable this was going to come up. Look what you've done.
A powerful wizard that will investigate these items, or investigate both of you items, and determine these facts. But I kind of look up to Vizana and say, I do not usually talk to my weapon.
Oh, a wizard now. Have to keep an eye.
I hope you don't. You might give us away, Lemon.
I'm going to take the green gem, and I'm going to, I guess, kind of give it a good look over, and then potentially slip it into my...
Yeah, like you hold it between your fingers and like kind of hold it up to the light, and I think you hear the same voice, and just says, "Oh, don't mind her. She's a little shy. She's also probably sleeping. Just give her some time. She's a little bit disappointed with what happened the last time."
And then
And
I'll
what did
close the
happen the last
crypt.
time?
It's a
I'll say
long
to myself.
story. Did you ever hear about Xandus?
Xandus? Have you ever heard of an Xandus, Vizana?
Just like,
Vajana, you've most definitely heard of the lost city of Xandus that was
Okay.
destroyed some 6 centuries ago and somehow sunken beneath the Morash Devar. It is said to be like the greatest...
Xandus. I thought you were saying Big Xandus.
Xandus. Said to be like the greatest civilization in the world, lost in a day.
Well, yes, I think we're on the ruins of Xandus, actually. It lied in this area, the marsh.
She's not too far off.
Who's not too far off? I'll kind of look around for a moment. Oh, her! Yeah, I'll point to Vizana and say that,
Who
Grave-
are you talking to?
Yeah, that last one he actually did say out loud.
Oh yeah, I totally said that out loud. I'll just kind of motion down to the items and say that, I will interrogate you later. We are currently engaged in a very important hunt. I'll
You
look up
see
to
my
Vizana and
questionable
say that-
sanity? These items that I just found, I'm talking them now. See, my mind is completely sound, right?
Keep an eye on those things, Vizana. I'm gonna comment as I put them both in my satchel and lock it shut with the hand, and I'm gonna say, and
Hey, wait a minute. There's something else in here. Oh, whoa. What is this? And then you just hear like the voice get muffled and it slowly fades.
I'll say, keep an eye on them. Well, keep a finger on them, and I'll yell into my bag, and then I'll close my bag and say, all right, we should seal this tomb back up.
Great. Now Padine Hand's going to be talking to the blade, the possessed blade. Yeah, I'll push the crypt top back on. And
Okay.
then I'll make my way for the door.
All right.
Zoom back out.
Half tempted to close the door and lock it with Graves in there.
Don't leave me.
I will say we should lock it behind us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we close it and I lock it.
I think
Graves-
Graves technically doesn't need the door. He could just like slip out in the shadow. And take it
I
in.
was like, Graves looks through the keyhole, teleports
Yeah.
out.
As soon as we get back, everybody, I'm going to say, now everyone, please do me a favor and do not shoot this.
But I saw
I'm gonna
movement at
my
the end
satchel.
down there.
You take the hand out.
I'm gonna walk over to about here with the hand, and I'm going to take it out, and
I
I'm
think
going
Brian
to set it on the ground.
Graves. That's not what I think it is it?
So he takes
Tell me
a
it's
severed
not.
hand out of his satchel,
Morgan, what are you
and then
doing
all of a
now?
sudden it starts climbing up his arm and hops onto its shoulder and starts climbing around his back like a spider.
You say,
What
"Go
is that?
scout- Go scout that hallway, and I'll point down the hall. If you see a sign of the basilisk, play dead. Come back when you see us."
At what
I think
point does the
it just
hand glare
turns
at you like I
slowly.
have no eyes?
Yeah, it just turns slowly on your shoulder. What do you say, like play dead? And it just is motionless for a full 6 seconds, and then it slowly turns around. It lowers itself almost like it's sighing, and then it crawls down, jumps off, and it starts crawling down the hallway. I think everybody gets a shiver up their spine.
Bohanna
Yeah.
will point her sword at it as it passes. Keep
Yeah,
back.
like it looks at you
Keep
and
back.
it skitters a little bit back, and then it like jumps forward a little bit and it slaps its fingers against the ground as it's going away. It slaps its fingers several times, and then it moves away.
When did you become a necromancer, Graves?
Not so much necromancy. That's not actually resurrecting the dead or anything along those lines. It's me.
Yeah,
It's a
Animating-
walking hand!
Dead things?
I'm
That's
allowing
necromancy.
something else to use its shell for a few moments. Let's just say that. But it's fine. I'll just kind of wave it off for a bit and say that I wouldn't worry about that. We need to worry about the basilisk. That's the real threat.
All right, so the hand moves down, looks both ways, and then starts skittering down the corridor to the south.
Trust
I'll,
me, it's harmless.
I'll
Unless you eat
cautiously follow. Start making my way slowly, not as quickly as it was going.
Okay.
I didn't mean that unless you eat it wording literally too, Mariah. Make sure your raptors don't get hungry.
When I get to the tea, I'll light the torch there if it's there, or is it burned out?
This one is actually just an empty sconce.
Okay, never mind that. Are you going to set your traps here, Graves?
I'll look both ways and I'll say that perhaps this is a good place to set up
Necromancers,
a trap.
Russell Fussum.
I'll motion to my hand up to the north and I'll say, "Go there, try again." And I'll start setting my trap.
I don't know if you want to update me, Starbound.
You don't
I'm
actually
not
see
light.
your hand.
Oh, that's interesting.
It disappeared to the south into what seems to be an open door.
Excellent, excellent. In that case, I'm going to set my trap here anyway in this line here, and I'll just assume that it's doing its job.
I'll start.
Graves, what point is setting the traps behind us? Just saying.
We do not know where the baby basilisks are right now. They could, in fact, be out of the crypt and looking to return to their nest. And if they are, that will cover our back. Likewise, they may come through any one of these junctions, and if they do, hopefully they will encounter it. Really, I should move the trap behind us further up, but that will catch any returning basilisks.
I'll start making my way to the south.
All right. So, you see the hand skittering about in the room. You come to this room and you notice a few things. The door is open. It looks like it's creaked open. There are several sarcophagi in here from just what you can see. There's a couple pillars that look to be holding up this room. It looks like it's a little larger room, so it needs some support. There's various offerings and candles about. There's a little bit more candles than normal, and you see a bit of fabric draped loosely across this center sarcophagus almost haphazardly.
Okay. I enter in to here and I'll check out the cloth.
Okay. So it seems to be a dress It's dark. It's sort of a maroon color.
Are the sarcophaguses intact?
So you're looking about. You start checking to see the intactness of the sarcophagi, and the hand. I think you see it like frantically moving about, and all of a sudden you hear like a hissing sound and a snap of the sound of shattering pottery, and like something darts through the shadows and like snaps into the hand, and the hand like disappears into the shadows along with whatever it is that just darted through the shadows.
To arms! There's something here, and I'll jump up
If
on
I-
the
Lux,
sarcophagus.
That's not you, right? Let look around.
Immediately, I'm getting my round bronze shield up, and I'm getting ready to try and hopefully shield bash the hell out of things with it.
Yeah, so Bohana, you jump up onto the crypt and you look about, and you can see the hand. It's currently being kind of flung about. There's something latched onto it, and you can see this peculiar color starting to creep up the hand.
Where is it in relation to me? Southeast, west, southwest.
You can see
Oh.
the red circle.
Oh, okay. I thought it was something else. Alrighty. Let's
And
see here.
you can hear movement and things moving about over there in the shadow of that pillar.
Okay. I think.
I believe Graves can actually, when you move to the south Graves, you can see some large snake-like creature. It looks like it is currently engaged in strangling the hand. It's like trying to choke the life out of it, and it is also it's also like gripped it with its fangs. It does not look like any normal snake you have ever seen before. You come around the corner, and like it sees you, and it releases the hand, and it slithers away from the pillar and towards the north, and into Marai and Fergus's vision.
I think as soon as I see that, I'm going to scream to the hand, "Get inside it!" Attack it from the inside!
I think the hand like looks at you for a long moment, and then like seems to sigh, and then charges at it. Jumps at it. Can you give me a 2d6 roll plus? I think you said it had +1 strength, so yeah,
Plus
2d6
2 dex.
plus
Plus 2 dex is what I got.
yeah +1 strength.
Okay, rolling +1 strength. Seven.
So it leaps, and this thing turns around and like hissing opens its mouth, which was a bad move. It jumps up and tries to leap into its mouth. As it does, it crunches down onto it. And they both do their damage. So what is the damage of your monstrosity?
That is a good question, actually. How do I tell that? Let me pull up the spellbook again. Hold on a second here. Sorry, I haven't used this in a long time, so, yeah, 1 second. Looking up, animate dead. That's arcane, not divine. Here we go. Okay, the damage for an animate dead is... There's +1 modifier, all stats of 1 HP. Okay, so it's got the 1 extra from that. Where the hell is the damage? Hold on.
If it doesn't say, it probably uses your own stat then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't say anywhere.
Well,
about damage.
actually, it probably uses the stat of whatever was animated, which was technically Padine, but this is Padine's hand. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
say
but-
it's probably a D4.
Probably.
That makes complete sense. Honestly, the most damage will be done from it, like, actually crunching down on the hand more than...
Yeah.
taking it home.
So give me a D4 roll for the hand. And give me a D10. Well, this will be a D8 actually, not a D10. All right. So your hand takes 7 damage as this thing like crunches down on it, but it starts to climb into this thing's mouth and like it starts to freak out. It tries to like spit it out, but the hand is having none of it, and it proceeds to like start climbing deeper and deeper into this thing's throat, and it's like it's probably a horrible looking sight.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Look about to see if there's anything else. Any others?
Yeah,
Well-
you start looking about.
I see that one. Is there more?
You don't see anything immediately. This thing is thrashing about, and you can see this hand-sized like bump moving down its gullet into the snake.
How large is the snake? What size is it?
It's probably 2.5 feet.
Oh, small one. Alrighty. Let's see here. Are we going by turns or just?
No. I mean,
Okay.
like this thing is happening right now, and it's just freaking out.
I'll jump down and chop off its head.
Okay.
Too.
5 Graves will scream at you.
Give me
You
a
go off to do this.
give me a hack and slash roll, and I'll give you advantage because this thing is so distracted by the thing climbing down its gullet.
I'll take the 9.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. All
Sure
right.
you don't
So,
want that experience point.
unfortunately, the thing is not filling its mouth. It actually climbed down, so it still has a mouth to
Yep.
bite you with. Go ahead and
Exactly.
roll your damage.
And this is what puts +2 piercing.
Nice. All right, so 9 damage with a 2 piercing. Can you roll a d8? All right, so I think you slash at it, and your first slash only cuts through kind of like half of its neck. It's still a really terrible blow, but like you trip over some pottery, and it's not a mortal one. And it turns, and I think it bites you on the ankle through your boot, and you kick it back. All of a sudden, like the hand tenses up into a fist, and like convulses, and the whole snake freaks out again, and it stuns it just long enough for you to like flip your sword back around and slice it again, and you hack and you hack, and very soon the thing is in pieces. Blood everywhere.
Okay.
Jesus. Or by Morin. What?
Does a
I'm
hand
gonna
plop
sigh
out
as I
somewhere
see
from
that
one of
and
the
say, we
hacked
need
out
one
pieces?
alive if we have one of the small ones. I thought we went over this. And I'll say, you can come out now to the hand.
Yeah, so it starts like squeezing itself out either its anus or out of the cut through the neck, whichever is closer in proximity. And it's just covered in gore, and it looks a little bit worse for wear, but it's still present. It looks like it's probably missing a fingernail, and it climbs out and it like starts shaking itself like a wet dog, and then it starts leaving bloody fingerprints across the floor.
Is this one of the baby basilisks?
I'll nod and I'll say that it's very unfortunate. If we'd captured this one alive, we would have everything we needed. But I have no doubt the large ones will be very close behind now. Stay on your guard. And I'll keep my shield up, and
I'll start
I will
packing
also-
up the pieces into my bag.
I will
Okay.
I'll turn to you and say, have you taken your antitoxin yet? I saw you were bitten.
Do I feel any effects yet?
It's been
feel-
about like a minute.
No, less than
Um,
30 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, you don't feel any like giant burning sensations of fire through your body.
Okay, I'll look at the wound. And pull down my boot a little bit and see what the wound looks like.
There is a slightly inflamed pair of gouges there. It's not super swollen, but it's definitely noticeable. It's a little red.
Okay. I will.
Damn, you may have actually saved us some trouble. I'll look down there and say that if it isn't able to affect you, the little ones might not have the strength to do it.
I don't know if
I
I'm
have a
infected
good
or
way
not.
I have a good way to get the attention of the mother. I'm gonna reach
Well,
down
Might be
I
slow.
mean-
I mean,
Oh,
the lady has had it for months, right?
It's
I'll
been
walk
about
in.
a month and maybe a week or two. It's hard to tell with travel time as it is.
I'm peering about, trying to find how he got into this room. / Are there more?
So yeah, you can see that there are definitely a few knocked over vases, especially over here.
I keep an eye out to the north.
I think you find some remnants of probably some snake droppings, whatever those look like. I imagine they're long and coily and gooey. Never had a snake. And you, I think you're looking about, like, Fergus, you want to give me a discern realities roll? Like you're. It sounds like you're really kind of trying to take in the room.
Yeah, I'm looking around, trying to see if I find anything. Roll plus wisdom. Wisdom.
That's a good roll.
All right. What here is useful or valuable to me?
So, I think you're back here, and you're looking, and you move the pot aside, and you find a woman's shoe. And, I think you're a little bit confused by that, and you start looking around, and, you remember the dress that Bohana had found. It's now lying on the ground nearby. You look up and you can see that the candles here are definitely more recent. They haven't been recently lit, but like you put your finger up against them and like the wax is still spongy. It hasn't hardened. Like I think you probably go to some of the other candles, and it seems like those two are probably more new. And it looks like. It looks like this room, as you're looking about, has probably been. I guess that's what you get from that question. Is like there's definitely some evidence of activity here of like a living person.
What happened here recently?
So continuing on that train of thought, you can see that some of the items in this section look like they have been moved aside. Perhaps you're thinking like, oh wow, how did the basilisk get up here? I know that they can climb, but like, why would it even come up here to begin with, and why would it start moving these up? It seems to you like maybe a person moved some of these aside, and it might have been a little bit hastily. Like there were some bowls that have been knocked off of this sarcophagus onto the floor. I think you're also looking about, and you can find a man's belt back behind the door. And lastly, you find a few sprinkles of blood about the room. I think I think you can probably put together what recently happened here.
And what here is not what it appears to be. I'll go ahead and ask that one to see if there's anything. But I think somebody has been here, and I think it might be what's her name, Millie or something, possibly. I don't see anything in relation to snakes.
You're giving a really thorough look over. It doesn't look like there's anything here hidden that there doesn't appear to be. You're pretty convinced that there are no further basilisks in this room. You're also pretty convinced that the door was left open. All the sarcophagi seems sealed shut.
Hmm. You think maybe she was bitten? And
Where does the blood trail tend to go? I'm assuming Fergus pointed it out to us. Or is it just some drops?
there's some blood there.
It looks like some drops. It's not a huge trail. It looks like you guys actually stepped on it as you guys came in and kind of dispersed it a little bit. It looks like it was probably still congealing, not recent, like within the last couple hours. It might be a little bit older than that.
Like last night or something.
Maybe, yeah. And it looks like there's like some drops here leading from the sarcophagus, maybe a couple drops towards the door.
I should go check that other passage. Do you want to send that infernal thing?
You
Tell
think
Fergus.
maybe she was bitten by
Yeah,
that
looking
thing?
down.
I should check to the north. There's nothing
Yeah,
else in
looking
this
down
room that
to
I
the
can
north.
see.
And I'll look to the shadows nearby, and I'll reach my hand out into them, and I'll attempt to summon more shadows into the hand to reinforce its strength, and I'm going to try to cast Cure Light Wounds
All right.
on a flat 2d6. Dear Lord. Oh.
Oh.
Roll healing.
Oh no. Where this is going? Not good. Of course now I roll.
Yeah.
Of course.
Heal your undead hand of 8 points of damage that it did not want to be healed.
It's dead.
Yep. So I think the hand starts convulsing, and it flops down onto the ground, and the index finger slowly curls up, and then like another finger down. The pinky finger starts to curl up, then like eventually all the fingers except for the middle finger curl up, and then that's where it freezes.
Damn it! Don't quit on me now. Can I attempt to animate it again, or is it beyond repair now?
You can always try to animate it again.
I'm totally
Oh,
going
God.
for it. I got a +1 back because it's no longer active.
Come,
just
we
what-
don't have time for this.
Just FYI, some of those things of the snake are in my pack. Okay, good. Whew. Ooh,
Whoa.
4.
Back and better than ever.
Oh,
So all
God.
4.
Yeah, it has all 4 bonuses now.
All right.
Doesn't appear
So
immediately dead.
I think as you guys start moving up into the corridor, we'll probably call it there for tonight.
In moving, am I feeling any ill effects yet from the wound?
I think you're probably feeling a little bit itchy, and I think maybe you're feeling a little bit of a headache, and you're feeling a little bit of a fever, and you can't tell whether or not it's psychosomatic or not. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
it's like it's any time you're like wondering if you have a fever, and you hold your hand up to your head, and you're like, "Well, I feel
Feels
hot."
Yep.
You're trying to determine if you have symptoms, and you really can't tell. Because you did just get bit and it's painful, but you don't know.
Okay.
James, on the contrast, would have literally chugged his friggin' potion the very second he got scratched. Like, about even, like, waiting. But that's how he would have probably dealt with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll end there for the night. We had some very interesting occurrences happen. Got a new character introduced to Bohanna.
Indeed.
Bohanna, did you defeat a worthy opponent today?
Don't think I can call the snake that.
No, unfortunately not. If perhaps we had a little bit more time, that might have been fulfilled. Let's go to your goals. What sort of goals have you made for the party?
The bonds, you mean?
Yeah, your bonds.
Okay, I talked about Mirage earlier. Graves is a rather silly fellow with strange theories and ideas. Maybe I can make him more pragmatic.
Did you make that before he started talking to
Yes,
a
oddly
supposed
enough.
sentient dagger?
Yes, so that might be on definitely the way out. made some movement against that. That's for sure. I worry about the ability of Fergus to survive. Dwarves make better drunks than warriors.
Well, I guess we know what sort of dwarves you've interacted with in the past. We'll have to
Exactly.
see how Fergus acquits himself.
Yep.
It looks like he was in full-on crime scene investigator mode, but
Yep.
we'll see where that goes. That's very interesting.
I haven't seen him drink or fight yet, so we'll see. And then I don't have my last bond is open, so I'll come up with something over the week, I guess.
Okay. Fergus, I don't think you have any worthy opponents slain today.
Nope. If I had heard Graves talking to an intelligent item, I would have probably made progress on seems to act before you think sometimes, but
You
I haven't
you
seen
heard
that.
murmuring, but you probably don't know that he just took up some
Um,
sort of sentient dagger. So yeah, that's definitely very
I
interesting.
don't think there's any progress. They're not the right one for Bojana yet.
Okay, all right.
Because I haven't
Ah.
seen any shooting by Mirai, so I can't really...
Yep. Graves, did you hunt prey for profit, personal gain, or revenge today?
I hunted it more to help the woman, so probably not really within that definition.
Yeah, that would fall more under the good alignment.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
I would argue
Bond, I
that
think I can clear. I don't know if I get XP for it or not, though.
I'd argue on the alignment that we're in the middle of the hunt. Is that fulfilling that then?
No, you see, all three alignments involve hunting prey. The good
The
one
reason
involves
for that.
hunting prey to protect the weak or the innocent. Neutral is to hunt prey for profit, personal gain, or revenge. And he just basically said he wanted to hunt the prey to protect the woman.
Oh, okay.
If I was
That wouldn't really fall under profit, personal gain, or revenge.
Yeah, you're right.
Unless he was
Sorry.
specifically doing it for a reward of some sort, and he hasn't, like,
Said
prioritized
that.
that at all.
Yeah, the reward was not my priority in this case. There's been times where it certainly has come up, and it will certainly come up again, I have no doubt, but not this session.
So, how about your bonds?
I think I have 2 for Padine, one of which is Padine plans retirement after this mission. I will make sure he survives to see it.
Yeah, good job.
Don't think
Oh,
that one
no.
really exists anymore
You can
now.
clear that one in Mark XP because that one is actually like a relevant sort of
I-
fulfillment.
I think you succeeded in doing the exact opposite.
He didn't get you killed.
Sadly.
I mean, like
Uh,
indirectly he did, but technically there were just as many decisions made on your part. I will say that to alleviate a player of one player of guilt. That while there was a very hasty decision made to throw oil or fire into some oil, there were quite a few decisions made by Padine that led to his own demise, include up until the very last binary choice of whether or not he would live or die. But it could be argued that you were the ultimate cause of his death, but it could also be argued that Padine was the ultimate cause of his death. There's arguments for
Poor
both.
Naman will never even know that because he was fine after that. He dropped that on watch.
Yeah.
He'll never put that together.
That's funny. And Mirai.
I think the theory that I'm going to settle on is that there's something probably poisonous in the swamp water that you gulped down when you were drowning, and that's what killed you. That's
That could
what
be
my
it.
mom is totally rolling with.
Give me 1 second. I'm back. Sorry about that. Mirai, how about your alignment and bonds?
Did not ignore danger to aid another today.
Yeah, it was a lot of setup for danger today. We didn't get as far into the dungeon as I thought, but I felt that everybody had an interesting time getting to Mirkwood. That and we are actually ending relatively on time tonight.
Oddly enough, it's 8 o'clock. I don't see Bunko around.
Yep.
Well, it'll be another hour yet till it actually starts.
Yep.
That's
How
right.
about your bonds?
I raced Padine to on her Bajana, but she just got her.
What was your bond with Padine?
I said he was a generous man, and I would seek aid from him in the future if I could, but that doesn't apply. So, I stuck with Fergus when we were in here, but I've been doing that for a while now. I did not curb Graves' enthusiasm.
No, that's gonna be a tall order.
Quite. And I did not take the time to ask Fergus about my past, so I did not clear any bonds today.
I tried to provoke you into asking that before, but at least we made something about it before, but you never really pursued it last time. But yep.
All right. Well, on to the final questions. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
How basilisks work. At least a little bit more about them.
Well, we kind of already knew that, though. Sort of. You still don't really know.
You only have a
Um,
bit of info, so it might not really count yet.
You found a sword that tells you that Xanthus really exists. But
That's
I don't know that in character.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. That
That could be important.
that could be some interesting places.
I'll give you an XP for that one. That was a good one there, Foster.
Yeah, really good catch, man.
Well, we know one person who doesn't reside in Xanthus anymore, because you killed him.
Did we overcome a notable monster or enemy?
Nope.
I don't think that was
No.
on the table today. I'll say we were probably about, at the pace we were going, somewhere between probably about 10 minutes away. But I wanted to get us done. Did we loot a memorable treasure?
Yeah. I think that talking dagger thing's going to be rather memorable.
I think so too. You don't know what it does,
And the
but
stone.
I think that's memorable.
I don't think anyone can argue that talking weapons are never memorable.
Yeah, I think that's definitely memorable. The other gem that hasn't talked yet.
Mark
If it
XP for
even
that.
does.
Did we succeed in spreading the reputation of the guild?
I don't think I really did
Well,
much
not
of the
really.
name of the guild today.
Yeah, you don't have Padine always shouting that out to everybody.
Yeah,
so-
maybe maybe when you guys leave here, this will be another place familiar with the guild, but I don't think just yet. Did we complete a task or quest taken on the name of the guild? I think you guys are in the middle of
In the middle
that.
of it, yeah.
And did we acquire something of importance to the guild?
Basilisk parts?
I don't think so.
A new member.
I know we
Myself.
That
we
doesn't
got
count.
the weapons already, but
They don't count.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't count. Otherwise, I would say they would probably be the thing I would say.
It's like saying, oh, we got an experience for a character dying. No, that's not going to count.
Yeah.
Well, you did initially want to bring this stuff back to Telemon.
That's true.
I'm willing to entertain arguments about these things both being memorable and being of importance specifically to the guild if people can tell me why they might be specifically important to the guild.
They know of an ancient land that I think that someone like Telemon might be able to tell us more about, or maybe me able to investigate more with these things than I ever could.
I think
What do you
that's
think,
that's definitely correct. In fact, you've all maybe heard mention of Telemon saying that he had hunted for this place at least once in his life. So yeah, everybody can mark XP for that too. It's not necessarily known how this may be of importance to the guild, but you know that like the guild master is specifically interested in the lost city of Exandus, and
A year and a half ago, we never actually got there either.
yeah, so this could definitely be very important. Sometimes this could be something that you might be set on to acquire. Sometimes it might be something that you just think is important, and I think this fit the bill.
I do appreciate that. I definitely, my main goal is to get them to Telemont one day, should we survive. Maybe that'll be the end of season thing, I don't know if we make it there.
Alrighty, cool.
Well, I hope everybody had fun. We got to finally test out the new dynamic lighting dungeon. Hope
I
that
really
was
like that map.
working out.
Really